Hey, Gregor, John, can you hear me?
Hey, Mr. Tim, are you and I in the same boat tonight?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, let's go ahead.
Yeah, I'm hadn't been feeling very well today. I was gonna not come, but I think it's a important agenda I don't want to miss. And Todd was nice enough to let me join by Zoom today.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, good. Nice seeing you.
Good to see you too. Remember to turn my mic off every time I cough. I'm sure that's gonna go over well. You have to turn your mic on when you talk.
But I got COVID from one of my clients.
Uh, I don't think I have that. Maybe I don't think so. Just a cough.
I mean, I feel fine. It's just I still testing positive, so I'm reluctant to wander out. So
Better safe than sorry. That's what I'm thinking too.
I know 4 years I've managed to avoid it.
Oh wow.
So,
Wow.
oh well, I guess my time's up. They said we'll all get it eventually. So. Oh, yes.
Yeah, he's gotta be on that. This one, I'll be. 85. Oh, sure. I ain't worried too much about what we have.
Yes.
Okay. Councilman, you all ready?
Yes, sir.
You ready?
He sure wanna have calls, I'll guarantee you that.
Ready as well, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if you can hear me. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Trying to figure out this one. This thing is close. Yeah, it's there.
Yeah.
For the zoning change.
We didn't have
23,
30 year long. It'd really be.
Yeah.
We heard whether or not Willie's been behaving recently.
Yeah, that one.
There's a City of Winter YouTube channel, and so if they just go on there's a live stream on that.
Yes, thank you.
We're gonna have to wait. All right, the time is 7:01 and we will call, I'm sorry, 7:03. And we will call this meeting to order. Let it be known that we do have a quorum physically present, and then also Councilman Lightfoot's on Zoom, as you can see. This notice has been duly posted in accordance to Texas Government Code Section 551. And we're here to conduct business for the city and the citizens of this city. So if you will, please stand as I lead us in the invocation, and we're doing something different. We're going to do both pledges. For the state pledge, we're going to have the words on the screen in case you need a jaw or a brain reminder. So if you would bow your heads, please. Heavenly Father, thank you for our servicemen and women who put their lives in front of our country and kind of protect them. And Veterans Day this past weekend was a great honor to be able to celebrate and remember all that they've done. And I ask each individual member, if you weren't part of the services, just to thank a service member for their service and their potential ultimate sacrifice. As we kind of come together to be able to do this service for the city and the community, please be with all our first responders, our police, our fire, our city administrators, our public works people, and most importantly, our citizens. Please be with us, the council, as we listen to the comments open-heartedly, and try to make the best decision that we can. Forgive us where we fail you. In my name, in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
I didn't go to elementary here. Texas or something on this.
Thank you all very much for indulging me in adding the Texas pledge. So, we're at the time where there's actually a proclamation, and there's no one here, I believe, from a hospice center to be able to receive this proclamation. Unless I'm seeing somebody different. So I just want to let you know that November of 2023 is proclaimed as not National Hospice and Palliative Care Month. We've each known somebody in our lives that have been affected, and you maybe have been affected with life-limiting illnesses. And it's whenever you have to call on that service to help your family, then please remember that there are professionals there to help your loved one feel comfortable, help you feel comfortable with the end of their life. And so we as a council, I as mayor, proclaim that November of 2023 is National Hospice and Palliative Care Month. So whenever you get to that time, just remember there's professionals to be able to help you. So according to the agenda, we're going to kind of move it around just a little bit because we have a lot of people here, and we're going to try to work through all the submissions and give everybody their equal 3 minutes to talk. If by chance I missed one, please don't hold it against me. We have about 600 pages here, and so I'm going to try to make sure that we get to everyone and everybody in due time. But what we're going to do first is we're going to do the consent agenda. And consent agenda are items that are considered routine in nature and can be acted upon in one motion. Either a council member, the city management, or myself can withdraw a consent agenda item to be discussed separately. And those items, for your information, would be like previous minutes, or if a council member had to miss a meeting, we have to approve those. Items that we've been briefed on and taken action before, but we have to do some other little fine tuning. Vendor like asphalt purchases and stuff like that. So that's what consent agendas are considered. And so I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. So moved.
Second.
Okay, so that was Councilman Drake and Councilman Franklin. Those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Aye.
Drake, aye. Smith, aye.
Lightfoot, aye.
All right, that passes 5-0. So even though Councilman Lightfoot's online, he can still vote. He has to be physically visible, so that's why he can be able to be online and still vote. So it passes 5-0. Now we're in citizens' comments. So citizens' comments, you are limited to 3 minutes. We'll have a timer both up here on either one of those screens and also there in front of you. If you go over a couple seconds, I'm going to give you the grace to finish that. But if you're just starting the beginning of another paragraph, I will cut you off. Okay. If the item is not on our agenda, we can't talk about it. Okay. Is there anybody here that signed up on to speak in citizens' comments that is not speaking on an agenda item? I'm going to get you up and talking first, so you're welcome to stay afterwards, or you can then leave. Okay, so we got a bunch of work to do. So we'll work through this, and we'll see if we can't. So they were turned in either emailed or in person, and so we're going to kind of go the way that it was opened up and presented to me. And you have the option of speaking during the citizens' comments or at the agenda item. Okay, so if I call your name and you'd prefer to wait till that public hearing for that specific item, then you can defer to that specific item number. Okay? I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
So I want to make sure I'm understanding you. So the comment is different from the public hearing.
That's
You're
so.
combining them?
No, I am not. No, yeah. So I'm giving people the free speak time right now to be able to speak on any item, anything. During that public hearing, it has to be on that agenda item.
That's what I
Okay, and you may want to speak now on that on that item, or you can wait until that item comes up.
Or you can do both.
So I need legal to say that. You're still limited to 3 minutes, so.
Mayor, she can speak about an item that's not on the agenda during the citizens' comments. If she wants to speak on something not on the agenda, but she has to fill out the required paperwork, and then she can speak about the agenda item when that agenda item comes forward.
Okay, but so that's our legal counsel that's speaking from above.
I want to make sure that you understand what I'm saying. You do, okay, because I wanted to make sure, you're saying can you speak on both twice?
You can. The
Yeah,
open-
that's
I
what
just
you're
wanna
asking.
make sure you understand.
Okay, so.
I just wanted to make sure it was clear,
Mhm.
because I didn't want anyone else to. be
Absolutely.
misunderstanding. The open item is just open item, it's only 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
The public hearing is separate,
And it's 3 minutes.
and it's also 3 minutes,
Absolutely.
so that's public, if you choose to. That's all
Yes.
but I don't want to be here all night and I know y'all.
We'll,
We're all in the same.
we'll be here however long it takes, okay? Because we're gonna give everybody that opportunity.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
what Bob just said.
yeah, so according to what the lawyers just said, and Bob, I want you to repeat it. If you speak in open citizens' comments, it cannot be on an item. You can't draw in that item.
In other words, if you want to talk about an item that is on the public hearing, can you talk about that during the citizens' comments for 3 minutes and then turn around and talk another 3 minutes about that same item during the public hearing? That's the question.
Yes, that generally the answer would be no, that you need to have your comments so that we make sure we get those comments in that agenda item. So if you want to speak about an item not on the agenda, you may do so during the open mic. But if you want to speak about the agenda item, we would ask that it be during the agenda item so that we make sure that all those comments are included for your consideration and in the minutes relative to that item.
Okay, so you cannot speak at general session.
So,
About that.
Mr. Hager, will you provide that in writing tomorrow? That those citizens can pick that up, that you're saying, I just wanna make sure, you're saying open comment, which can be addressed on anything, whether it's on the item or not. A person can express themselves freely, but they cannot, even if they don't reference the item, they cannot make comment to the item. Am I understanding that?
I'm not sure that I understand, but what we're trying to do is to make sure all the relevant comments are heard at the relevant time when that agenda item comes before the council and the public hearing is required. And we want to make sure that people are not taking license to speak about, in other words, getting 2 chances to speak when you're only supposed to have 1 chance to speak during the public hearing portion of the agenda regarding an agenda item.
Okay, I mean, I understand what both is. I understand. I actually know how to do it without even referencing that item. I just want to make sure we were on the same page.
Okay.
Because if I get up and public comment, which I submitted an electronic request prior to you even talking about this tonight. And so if you're restricting me to one or the other, I just want to make sure if you're restricting me, just tell me you're restricting me. So then if I pull the rule and if it's opposite, then you've negated me from an opportunity. So that's all I want to make sure, that I'm not being negated from an opportunity.
Make something really clear, you got like the role in my, so. You got 3 minutes on it.
I get, I'm not confused about it. I
So-
just want to make sure.
All right.
that I'm-
And I think the legal was just saying for that item to be included under when we take into account, we may or may not take that into account. I don't,
Well, you may not take the open comment to the
Yeah,
period.
yeah.
It's not part of-
that's right. That's right. So it has to be under that item.
To be taken into.
That's right. So,
I
so I don't want you to say something in public forum, open forum, and then say, well, I said it in open forum. Well, we can't take it because
It was an open. forum.
yeah.
I did,
Okay.
I understand.
All right. All right. Now. All cool. Ready? All right, good.
Mayor,
More questions.
this is my first time here
Welcome.
like that. But I don't know, I mean, I think everybody is aware while we're here. But I don't know what item number that is on the agenda. Or if it's on the agenda about the data center.
So it'll be early and I'll make clear which one when we open the public hearing of what we're speaking about. And if I don't, hold me to it, please. Okay? All right.
I got you.
All right. So we have Sean Flannery.
Here, sir.
Okay.
Turn the agenda.
Okay. And specifically, it's going to be,
As I read it here, sir, I'm gonna speak on 12, the industrialization of residential.
okay, thank you, sir. And don't let me forget, or I'm trying to label these things, so,
Well, be sure I won't.
okay. All right, Virginia Loyal,
Here, I'm gonna defer to speak here. 12.
okay,
Let me clarify something. Just on the agenda itself. So I know some of you are here to talk about the actual zoning cases that are on the agenda. So what you have is we got number 12, which is an amendment to the comprehensive plan. That one has been withdrawn, so that one will not be taking place. The requester is withdrawing that request. Number 13 will be the first data center, which will be data bank, which will be the property to the west end of the two. So it'll be the one right against Bachelor Road. And number 14 will be the gigabit data center, which will be further to the east. So I know some of you are saying 12, and I just want to make sure that y'all understand that 12 has been withdrawn. So it will actually be number 13 for data bank and 14 for gigabit.
Sir, I'll make the correction. I'll be turn 12 or 13.
Yes, sir.
and it's not gonna be a hard and fast rule. If we get there and we're not taking an action, and we need to bump it to the next one, I'm sure gonna call on you, so.
Probably. So, Mayor, do you want to just ask them if there's anybody out here that wants to speak now versus
Okay.
during the public hearing?
Yeah, that's the.
So that's it.
So they're,
You don't want to just call the names and say,
Well, you can.
but they need to come on this week.
Mhm.
explain why they would do number 12?
Because they decided to leave the zoning the same on the west side of Bachelor, so that zoning is not going to change. It's gonna remain Ranchette Estates.
But is the plan for the rest of it already?
Yes, under the comprehensive plan it is. The zoning has not been approved yet, but the comprehensive plan on the east side of Bachelor is for the planning area 5, which would allow it. But we still would have to have a vote on the actual zoning itself. But the comprehensive plan, since they are leaving the stuff on the west side of Bachelor still as Ranchette Estates, then that limits that demarcation line, so the comprehensive plan is not required. They have basically reduced the amount of zoning that they're requesting from this area down to this area, and this area fits within the existing planning area on the comprehensive plan.
So also that, if you've looked on the website, the schematic of a road extension of Steinbach is not set. It's not permanent. It's not drawn to scale. It's not, I'm sorry, Bachelor, I'm sorry. That goes north-south.
So I think we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves though, because I think we're getting into things that are actually the zoning items. I just wanted to make sure that you all knew what you're talking about. If you're deferring, that you're not really deferring to 12, it would be to 13 or 14. I believe we got the new legal description on Thursday or Friday. And then the request actually came later. So that came after P and Z. The comprehensive plan does not require notification.
Okay, hang on, stop, please.
Again, we're ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try to do this the best thing. We can't pick you up for broadcasting unless you come up to the mic, okay? So I don't know a good way to do this, other than, can I assume these 25, 30 requests are gonna be on these data center type things? So when we get to those specific things, can I say, this is what we're gonna talk about?
Point of order, Mr.
I
Mayor.
understand that, but we're gonna hear you, okay? But I wanna then say, whenever we get to that, I'll say, Mr. Frederick or whatever, come to the mic and say your 3 minutes, okay? Is that good? So we can get this moving?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I would recommend that you make a comment that if anyone would like to speak in open session, come up now.
I have.
Okay, I would just put that on record
All right.
that we asked.
Yes. I'm sorry. All right, so we got a timer, right?
Oh, where's the timer? I'll say,
And
oh, okay.
state your name, your address,
All right,
and what you wish to speak about.
Well, I'm not gonna address the item on the agenda yet. I'm just gonna openly express myself. I'm Dr. Monique Foster. My address is 101 Tom Driver. 200 feet from where number item 12 was talking about. And so I want to compel to you, as a representative for the citizen, not for a company, for you to really take in. I have 3 questions, and I'm gonna give you time back. I don't know if you walk out of your door and you have a data center on your driveway, in your backyard. I don't know, on your street. I don't know. I don't know what businesses is on your street or how, if you're even impacted. If you don't have that, then phenomenologically, you don't have lived experiences next to a data center. And since you don't have lived experiences next to a data center, then please don't take your vote lightly, because as a representative of citizens, not of big government or big company, you represent the citizens. You don't represent these companies. then the citizens will take whatever action they need to do. If you don't want to represent the citizens, fine. The citizens will do what they
Ma'am,
need to do to
speak in
find
the mic,
representatives,
please. I'm sorry.
representatives that they need to. So I want you to just be very clear that I'm very familiar with some of the data that was provided to me. I just recently got notified of all of this. And so I'm kind of disappointed that it's even being considered. I don't know how old or what year that comprehensive plan was last adopted or edited or modified. It would be good for me to know that. I do know when Loop 9 had hearings. I spoke at some of those hearings about Loop 9, and I was familiar with the comprehensive plan then. In fact, I think I still have a copy. So, but what I do want you to do is two things for me. I want you to really, really take a long inventory and think deeply in your heart. You just had a whole prayer before you even started the session. So apply your own principles when you're making decisions. Those jet screens, the loud noise, are loud. And now I have one good ear. And if I got to be impacted by loud noise of jets diesel, I have a report being sent to me. And the person that's doing the research for me, I asked them to pull all of it because they're around the United States. So I'm getting all the data pulled. And if there's a nuisance on that block, industrial, come on. We got plenty of land in the city that they can build on. They don't have to rob our liberty of country living, all the places. So please make note of that for me.
Thanks. State your name.
My name is Valerie Evans.
Address.
I live at 1628 Stainback Road, and I wanted to just kind of ask about this comprehensive land use plan, because when I go to the city of Red Oak, there's a thing called future land use map. And when I look at that, our whole area is still RAE on that map. And so we built our home on Stainback about 30 years ago and have enjoyed the peace and tranquility of rural country living with good neighbors. 22 years ago, they were planning to build a power plant in our neighborhood, and the residents organized and worked together with the city. The mayor was Todd Little at the time, to voluntarily annex our area and zone it single-family ranchette estates for homes on at least 1 acre and 1,800 square feet to protect it from industrial development. Even though our taxes went up over $1,000 a year, for me, it was worth it to us to keep it residential. I understand it's probably not legally binding, but I would hope the city of Red Oak would keep their promise to support and protect its residents against industrial development. Others have said you can't stop progress, but shouldn't progress be to increase our quality of life, not take away from it? The current future use plan shows the entire area, the 290 acres, the 130 acres mentioned in the agenda items, as being RAE. So anyone looking to build a new home in that area could look at that and say, oh, this is going to be residential. Some people down the road from us, the Loya family, just built a beautiful new home on 3 acres on Stainback Road. And they didn't know this was going on until a neighbor drove up into their driveway and told them they were going to have a data center across the street from them. So at the P&Z meeting on November 6th, the developer's attorney said that new homes could not be built in that area because of the lack of sewers. However, since we built our house in the late 1990s, many new homes have been built in that area because we use septic. Even that data center said they're going to use septic, not sewer. A brand new subdivision with stunning $800,000 homes is being built just northwest of that 290 acres. So when they say homes can't be built out here because there's no sewer, they are mistaken. Some people say a data center is better than 200 homes being built on the land, but I disagree. I would rather live in a residential area than an industrial one. Last year, when there was a bad drought and 100-degree weather, we were out of town and our horse got stuck in the mud. It was the neighbors that came and saved that horse for us while we were out of town. 10 years ago, our neighbor was murdered at his place of work. It was the neighbors that rallied together, put out flyers in hope of catching his murderer. Again, I don't think a large industrial park would have been much help. Please reject this zoning change and keep our residential area instead of industrial. Thank you.
My name is Terry Cohen. I live at 1598 Stainback. Mr. Fuller, I actually grew up with you, and I'm assuming that you moved to Red Oak to probably get away from the same thing I did in Waxahachie. We have about 20 acres where I live, and I actually spoke to Mr. Littlejohn, and I asked him, have you been out to our area? Have you even looked? No, no, ma'am, I haven't. Didn't do any research on this project whatsoever. Mr. Franklin, you don't come from this area. Mr. Goodwin, you do come from this area. I moved here to get away from what we ran from. I don't want to live near a data center. I moved here to have what we had in Waxahachie. I'm watching you all do the same thing to Red Oak that they're doing in Waxahachie. None of us, we're all here because we don't want this. Our area is completely agricultural. We all have cattle, we all have pigs, we all have goats. We don't want this. We know that this is a big money thing for you. If you come from Dallas and you came to change things, this isn't what we want, sir. Go back to Dallas. This is not what we want in Red Oak. It's not. We want a quality of life, and that's why we're all here tonight. That's why I ran from Waxahachie, and now we're considering selling and running to East Texas so we can have 50 to 100 acres, because this is what we don't want. Waxahachie is an absolute nightmare, and I'll tell you, Mr. Fuller can tell you too, it was an absolute wonderful place to grow up. Red Oak used to be a wonderful place to raise kids, but y'all are going to ruin it doing these things without taking people's quality of life into consideration. This is not going to be a quality of life. It's going to be every day, 24 hours a day, light, noise, and it's going to be right in our backyard. If you have not gone out to our neighborhood, I encourage you to go. It literally looks like the gingerbread trail when you go, and I'm sure you've probably been out there. It's not a place for a data center. There's nothing but houses, cows, quiet people, and people that actually care about each other. That's why we're all here tonight. And I would encourage you to think about that when you're approving things like that. We are people with lives, people that have illnesses, people that take care of each other. We actually do still live like you and I used to live, and we'd like to keep it that way. I realize that change comes, but not all change is good change. We don't want to live like that. We'd encourage you to take that into consideration when you are considering this. We understand that change comes to town. Put it somewhere else. We don't want it.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm gonna try to make this quick. I'm in a lot of pain. I want to get the heck out of Dodge. So I'm gonna try to say what I can in 3 minutes if possible. If not, I'll wait till the next item and I'll do it. So on one note, I want to make, Chris Moses, 120 Stainback Court, Red Oak, Texas. Sorry. One thing I want to make y'all aware of, a lot of y'all may know it, some of you don't. I raise champion Labrador retrievers. We just had a dog this weekend, won 4 ribbons at a show. That noise from that data center can affect the dog's ear. I just want y'all to be aware of that. The DBAs, I did a little research on it. Anything 70 and above on DBAs is considered disturbing to a neighbor. So you need to take that into account. I kind of feel like some of these other people do, but I'm also a realist because I've been in these shoes with you guys before. So I want to read what I have to say here on this. There's a lot of accidents at Bachelor and Ovilla. Ben's very aware of that. We've had a lot of deaths there. We do not need construction traffic to go that direction. I've talked to Todd even today, and it sounds like we may have some plans to keep that traffic off of our roads and on Loop 9 only. Hopefully we can figure that out. If they can't figure it out with the second company, maybe they can use Encore's right of way to come in and get access to their property. So that's one of the items. If they do any damage to Bachelor or Stainback, they need to concrete it and they need to repair it properly during the process, because there are many, many times I've seen construction damage roads not repair it properly, and vehicles get damaged. I've addressed the data center noise, low light pollution, using purple lights or directional lights that they need to do. Consider construction hours to be 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. No trucks idling between 9 p.m. and 7 a.m. Drainage of rain runoff, if feasible, to Loop 9, but they need to make sure that they have, proper drainage in that area. If possible, supply high-speed internet to the area, and possibly, if not that, then a line of sight tower. Because I'm on Trumbull. I know a lot of people out there on Trumbull, they're on Red Oak at 342, 342 in Mobile. So we don't get very good high-speed internet. I know Ben said he just got some at his house. They need to keep the dust to the minimum during construction. Also. And I understand the possibility of extending Loop 9. Bachelor's Loop 9 is a possibility. I'm just trying to read through, make sure. But yeah, that's pretty much all I got to say. But I feel like a lot of these people do. But I'm a realist. I know what y'all are probably going to do tonight. You're probably going to pass this item. So let's make sure we get something out of it. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, sir. Anyone else right now? All right.
One last one, Mr. Mayor.
Hi. My name is Amy Tucker and I work for a construction company here in Ellis County. I feel for all these people. Last week I was here for 4 hours listening
Ms.
to the
Tucker, I
rain
don't mean to
check.
interrupt you, but state your address for us, please.
739 Westmoreland in Ovilla, Texas.
Thank you.
So we are here for a building permit. And so I kind of see where this is headed. So I just wanted to ask if there was any way possible that we could move ahead to the top of the agenda.
Okay. So we will, we'll make sure everybody's okay now. All right. Ms. Tucker, unfortunately, if I bump you up, I'm bumping other people out and I just can't do that. So I'm sorry, but thanks for calling that to my attention to kind of consider that. So hopefully we can get through this quicker. So item 11 is consider adoption of resolution number 23 dash 116R, the city of Red Oak, Texas, accepting a petition for voluntary annexation and authorizing and setting of a date, time, place for one public hearing on the contemplated annexation described in Exhibit A and depicted in Exhibit B attached hereto and made a part hereof for all purposes annexation area by the city of Red Oak, Texas, authorizing and directing the city staff to publish notice of such hearing with the institution of annexation proceedings by adoption of the annexation ordinance to occur at a regularly city council session and to prepare a service plan for the annexation area, said annexation area being more particularly described in Exhibit A, depicted Exhibit B, and providing an effective date. Dr. Emma. Tim, are you okay on hearing all this? Okay, good.
There we go.
Thank
I
you.
can hear you. I worry that you can't hear me, but I can hear y'all just fine.
We got you.
So, Mr. Mayor and Council, this is for one little section here that was originally not annexed, I guess, back in 2000, when everything else was. What they have done was just petition the whole thing to do the annexation. But it's really just this one piece that was left out. So this would be just setting those hearing times and so forth and accepting that petition to do so.
Where's that greater picture of it?
And that is the very top end of that same property that we're talking about.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And it's not being zoned tonight.
Okay. All right. So, council, is there any questions that, you need answered on this resolution?
No questions.
All right.
No, sir.
I'll entertain a motion to adopt resolution 23-11-6 116R, the city council of the city of Red Oak, Texas, for voluntary annexation.
So moved.
Second. That was Councilman Franklin. Councilman Goodwin. Those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Aye. Drake, aye.
Right foot I.
Smith, aye.
All right, that passes 5-0. All right. Number. Yes, so 12 is withdrawn, so we're not talking about 12, okay?
Can you clarify why 12 was withdrawn?
Ma'am, I can't talk about it. Hang on, maybe I can.
Cause it was withdrawn and I didn't know.
So,
So-
I can't, he can't, go ahead.
So going back to what I was saying earlier, so the comp plan, I know somebody asked earlier, the comp plan latest version was done, I believe, in early 2022. So the one before that, I think, was 2010 or 2011. So in 2021, the comp plan adjusted so that there is kind of an imaginary line where Bachelor Road would extend up from its current location to go up and eventually meet Loop 9. So what they were trying to do initially was to zone all of the property on both sides of Bachelor Road. But what they have done is backed off and only zoning the portion that's on the east side of Bachelor Road. So it is in compliance with the actual comprehensive plan that's in effect today. Therefore, they don't need, since they reduced the amount of property that's being zoned, they stayed within that limit of that demarcation line of Bachelor Road. So they don't necessarily need a comprehensive plan amendment. So they,
So on the east side, and I'm trying to vision and see that would be.
the east side of the new Bachelor Road as it comes up will be the data center stuff, and the west side of Bachelor Road will remain as the Ranchette Estates.
I know you had your hand raised. Unfortunately, I can't answer any of those questions. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
My wife usually tells me to be quiet.
Good. Is that better? Can you control that sound just a little bit more? Up. Is that good? Better? Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry. Okay. So we are on item 13. Item 13 is to conduct a public hearing and consider approval of ordinance number 23-047 in the city of Red Oak, Texas, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and map of the city of Red Oak, Texas, as heretofore amended by granting a change in zoning from single-family ranchette estates to planned development 164, PD 164, for the development of a data center complex on the tract of land out of the WM Winifred survey, abstract number 145, and the R Crow survey, abstract 199, identified with property identification numbers 181361, located north of Steinbach Road, south of the Ellis County limit, west of Encore Electrical Easement, and east of the property identified with property identification number 187811, City of Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas, as depicted in Exhibit A, which is attached here to and incorporated herein, providing concept plan, elevation plan, plan development regulations, Exhibit B through D respectively, which are attached here to and incorporated herein, providing a repealing clause, providing a severability clause, providing a savings clause, providing a penalty of fine not to exceed the sum of $2,000 for each offense, and providing an effective date. This is ZC 23-34, requested by Justin I apologize.
Put you.
Huh?
Put you.
Say it. I'm sorry. Anyway, all right. Dr. Emma.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The applicant is requesting to develop a conceptual data center site. We'll have proposed 8 buildings. This is conceptual, so they're going to have to come back to submit a detailed site plan, landscape plan, elevation plan, if this site does get approved. There's a difference between when this went before the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council. So this west side of the site, approximately 62 acres, which is west of the proposed Bachelor Road, has been removed from the zoning change request. So the site has reduced. The Planning and Zoning Commission also made a recommendation to keep that site west of the proposed Bachelor Road to be RAE, so it's not going to be included in this PD request. So the site, our master thoroughfare plan identifies Bachelor Road as going through the site. It's an approximate location, but the point of the master thoroughfare plan is to get a road from point A to point B. So that's what this does. There's been a couple of issues that has been brought up concerning the site. Number one is noise of data centers. The original request had the noise level at 85 dBA, and it has been reduced to 70 dBA per the Planning and Zoning Commission's request. There also was a recommendation for the construction times to be limited to from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. from Monday through Saturday for the site, and also for the building height to be reduced from 100 feet to 70 feet. But they still allowed appurtenances and other mechanical equipment up to 40 feet. But the shown elevations that the applicant has provided does show a height of 59 feet.
So that would limit it. I mean, if they're showing it, then they can't go above that.
Right, but they can submit some revisions to go up to that height, but for now, yeah, but for, yes.
No more than 70.
Yeah, no more than 70, but for now it is 59 feet on the elevation plan. So for screening, the site will be screened with a combination or one of the either as a 6-foot masonry screening wall, an earthen berm, or any sort of evergreen shrubs that has to be opaque at 100% during the entire year. And it also, for the landscaping and the screening, they're going to have to plant a 1 3-inch caliper tree every 40 linear feet along Steinbach and future Bachelor Road. There will be a development agreement between the city and the applicant concerning the future construction of Bachelor Road. Because as mentioned, it is shown on our master thoroughfare plan to be an 80-foot right-of-way. And also for Stainback Road, they will have to enter a development agreement as shown on the PD documents. So that if there's any construction trucks going along the right of way, they're going to be required to put the road back in the condition it was prior to the road being constructed.
So, and let me point out right there too. So on Bachelor Road, they will be building Bachelor Road, 2 of the 4 lanes as they go. So as they do phase 1 on the south, they will construct the concrete road for Bachelor Road up to that point. And when they do phase 2, they'll extend concrete up further and so forth. For Stainback Road on this particular piece, they will either be constructing half of that road out of concrete, or they will be escrowing funds for the city to be able to do that as part of a bigger project. The construction traffic, we are working with them, both data centers, to try to bring both of those, as far as construction goes, off of Loop 9. That would actually, that's not part of the zoning, that would actually be done as part of the development plan. We would have a development agreement at the same time we do the development plan, and that would limit that construction equipment to coming across from the north off of Loop 9. They do have within the agreements that if they did happen to damage Stainback or Bachelor for some reason because a truck came through there in the future, they are maintaining those. But the plan, and I think everybody is on the same page with that. Nobody wants the construction traffic coming through Bachelor or Stainback. I think we agree with that. I think the developers agree with that. And I know that, I know y'all don't want it at all, but I know if it does happen that y'all don't want the construction traffic coming through there. That will come just like the drainage. So I know there have been lots of questions about drainage at P&Z, probably again tonight. The drainage is not part of this. This is basically allowing the uses. So when that comes back, that is part of the platting and the engineering phases. But at that point, what happens is they will be required to build detention and retention ponds so that obviously, if you build buildings and put concrete out there, there will be more drainage. That's common sense. But with these detention and retention ponds, the idea is that that will limit that water to coming out over time, as opposed to the way it is now. And it's just running through there and rushing. So as you have big rains, it's all coming across there all at one time and nothing stopping it. So that's all done during the development plan, preliminary plat engineering component of this. The other component to, and I'll just say this now, even though it is on the next agenda item. So the idea is that Stainback, between this development and the development to the next, the idea is Stainback that whole way ends up being concrete road, even if it's done through an escrow agreement with the city to do so. But we'll straighten out that S curve as well. So I just want to point that out because I know Emma's just going to talk about this one, but I want to make sure everybody's aware of kind of everything that's going on between both of these properties, because I know it's tough for you to limit and say just this one or just that one, because I know some of this kind of goes across both properties.
So for talking about, okay, lighting, that has also come up. We have put in the PD language that all lighting is going to have to face in the property, and there's not going to be allowed any lighting for the adjacent properties and on the right of way. They're going to have to use shielding on the lighting to make sure that doesn't happen, doesn't bleed over to adjacent properties. He talked about drainage. That's going to be addressed during the civil plan review. And we talked about screening and then employee count. We did talk with the applicant, and there's going to be about a maximum of 136 employees at max build out. So there's not much traffic generated from that aspect.
Is that both facilities or is that just the one?
That's for the entire 8 building site data bank.
For data bank.
For data bank, not for, okay.
And that would be a max.
Okay.
Yes, that'd be maximum, yeah, for the entire site, not just phase 1, but phase 1 and phase 2. And so in 2022, the future land use plan did change this area to from RAE to planning area 5. which included industrial areas because of its kind of key location and its proximity to Loop 9. So there's going to be, those plans have a lot of opportunities, industrial development and high capital investment in that area. Of course, it also recommended that we pay specific attention to screening requirements, which is why in the PD language, it was put that they're going to have a minimum of 6-foot opaque screening, and they're going to have the trees planted along right-of-ways on Long Bachelor and Steinbach. The site on the east is an Encore easement, so there's not any residential neighbors to the east.
Okay. Council, any questions?
Yes, Dr. Hammer, that was, you mentioned P and Z had some concerns.
They had some recommendations. So it was approved with the recommendation that there be a maximum DBA of 70 at the property lines. Construction work hours be limited from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday, which is usually addressed during a development agreement. And then the last one, or second to last one, was that uses west of Bachelor Road be restricted to RAE uses, but they've addressed that by completely removing the RAE from this, the property west of Bachelor from this zoning change request. And the fourth one was that the height be limited, brought down from 100 feet max to 70 feet with appurtenances and mechanical equipment being allowed up to 40 feet. But the elevation plans does show the building height at 59 feet.
Thank you. And did you mention something about landscape?
Yes, so they're going to be required to have planting everywhere there's screening. They're going to be required to have one tree per 3-inch caliper tree per 40 linear feet.
Okay, that's what I missed. Thank you.
Plus either the brick wall or the opaque evergreen solid.
Thank you.
And Mark, yeah.
What was the noise decimal brought down to?
And 70 from 85 to 70.
85%.
Okay, so this is one of those public hearings, okay? So we will open the public hearing, and the time is 7:58. And Mr. Moses, we're going to ask you to come and speak.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, I was just gonna say, I know we have the time limit, but would it be possible, or just maybe to ask those that are gonna speak, the list of items that we just read off is kind of like concessions, or I know Chris mentioned some of these in his opening comments too, just some of the changes that, you know, have tried to be made in order to address comments, like maybe if we could give everyone just a couple of seconds extra just to say if those things seem to be limiting or somehow addressing some of the concerns they had. I'd appreciate their thoughts on that as we go through the public comments.
So Mr. Lightfoot, I'm not sure, you want them to just say.
Yeah, I'm just, yeah, I mean, if I know, like, for instance, if Chris has got 3 minutes here, if maybe we give him 3 minutes, 15 seconds just to comment on some of the changes that Dr. Emma read through at the very end there. If those kind of address some of the concerns that he had, and then maybe, you know, if anybody else that's speaking would like to do something somewhere, I just ask your grace for a little bit extra time if they want to address those things in particular.
Mr. Mayor, point of order, if you give one extra time, you have to give everything.
No, that's what I'm asking for. That's what I'm asking for, if possible. But if it's not practical, I don't know how many people were signed up, so I understand that could delay things.
Yeah, I'm good with that, and you know, I'm gonna compromise. I'm gonna say you got 10 extra seconds because you can say, yes, I agree to what Dr. Emma had said. So
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that.
Can you change that to 3:10?
I won't need it.
I want everybody to be on the same, since we're just now starting it. You have to write a program. All right, let's
Is it ready?
yeah, sure, go ahead. Thank you, sir.
Chris Moses, 120 Steinbach Court again. I'll use my 10 extra seconds to make a comment.
Okay.
Y'all need a podium to raise this thing up higher so people can hear better back behind you. The other night, if people weren't down here, they were up here at 6 foot, you couldn't hear back there. So just FYI. Anyway, The only thing I missed earlier I want to say before I leave is the screening. The screening, they're talking about a 6-foot wall. We don't want to see a 6-foot wall. So if they could do cedar trees all along that screening wall in front of it, wintergreen, or what do you call it, evergreen trees, I think, in front of it, or 10-foot bushes in front of it, something to block the entire wall along the entire length of that property. I think everybody out here would be really appreciated because we don't want to look at a concrete wall out there. So that's all I want to add. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, he's.
Yeah.
And one of them is here.
So are you able to get that time up there? Okay. All right. So I was just shared that I kind of stepped on my tongue a little bit. So I actually gonna have the developer come up and maybe in his presentation, it might answer some of your questions that you might have. So we'll listen to the developer and then we're gonna go back to that public hearing. So
We'll still be.
yeah, I mean, we're still part of the public hearing. So is that developer here? Yes.
Say something, but I'm trying to stay in order. His presentation.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's all.
Well, Mr. Moses needed to go anyway, so that's.
Hopefully she's got it, she's gonna put it on screen. We have 3 speakers, it'll be 3 minutes each.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have this go.
And
I
again,
need to put this-
state your name and
You.
and when you're ready to start, they'll start the clock.
You got it. We run the data bank company, I bet you know better than I do.
Serious?
It's still, I think it's reading that in the second screen, so it's. That's what.
I could just. Yes, yes, can everybody see that? Okay. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Thank you very much for listening to us tonight. My name is Raul Martinek. I'm the CEO of DataBank. I'm here with my partner, Kevin Uli, who's the president and CFO. Just wanted to give you a few minutes about DataBank and our business and then our plans for Stainback. We're one of the largest data center operators in the US. We're headquartered here in Texas. Kevin and I both work out of our DFW1 data center, which is in downtown Dallas, right by the AT&T building. Texas is our largest market. We have over 15 data centers in this market, and a lot of our 800 employees work in the Texas market. We've developed over 2.5 million square feet of data center infrastructure across the United States. We actually have the largest geographic footprint of any data center operator in the US, and we have over 3,000 customers. For those that don't know a lot about a data center, I like to say, commercial buildings are for people and data centers are for computer equipment. We take a lot of pride in building our facilities. We use very high quality materials. Our promise to our customers is 100% uptime. So we tend to, once we've constructed the facilities, maintain them very meticulously. We plan very carefully about all the concerns that we've heard tonight in terms of light, in terms of power. We use enclosures on the generators to deaden the noise there. our land use attorney will present some of the actual readings that we expect from the project. We've designed a property to bring all the generators on the inside so that they're not facing out. And as been noted, we've already allocated about 60 acres of land for non-development because we just think that's not necessary for our plans and just creates a larger buffer between our data centers. From a customer perspective, as I mentioned, we have 3,000 customers. Everything in this world kind of runs from a data center, if you think about it. We support a lot of Texas businesses, in addition to a lot of large technology companies that deliver all those digital services that we have come to rely on as people. As also mentioned, very few people in the data center. Total people that we expect when the project is 100% complete, which will take a number of years to do. It's about 130 people. We staff the data centers on a 24/7 basis, so there's always someone at the facility to take care of things that could happen. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Kevin to tell you a little bit more about our data centers.
Good evening, and thank you for having us, and thank you all for listening. I've been with DataBank and based here in Texas now for 12 years.
Excuse me 1 second, sir.
Sorry.
Were we able to get the timer?
Yeah, I mean, that was a minute. I mean, he had a minute left.
Yeah, he was
so.
down.
Okay, I just for everyone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it get cut off?
I'll be brief.
We still also need everyone to present their name and address that's
Yes.
going to be speaking as well.
Thank you for that. I am Kevin Uli. I'm based at 400 South Akron, Dallas, Texas, and represent DataBank. So what we thought we would do is just show you some of our developments we've had in some similar suburbs of major cities that we've built around. If we go to the next page here, I guess I'm driving, sorry. Ashburn, Virginia is largely known as the data center capital of the world. We built a nice building here with a single tenant that, as you can see, single purpose. You're describing the heights and the sizes, and obviously a lot of the enclosure requests that we get. We understand that, but you can see it's an attractive building. When I drove to Houston yesterday, I drove down 45. I saw large. You guys are thinking industrial. I see trucks coming in and out in bays, and these are very attractive businesses with light employment, but create numbers of jobs for people that come and check on their servers and a lot of tax basis. If you're going to have development, this is the kind of development because it's a smaller footprint with very big tax basis and light industrial, or there's no industrial. I think you'll see that our traffic studies show 1.5 truck or van visits a day, not 400 bays of trucks in and out and loud noises. Here's just a couple more. Here's in Atlanta, 20 minutes downtown or about 20 minutes out in the suburbs in Lithia Springs. Again, obviously we'd work with the specific commission here. Here's in Bluffdale, suburb of Salt Lake City. We built an Egan in Minneapolis, another suburb. Here's Orangeburg, New York, where we bring this, and in all circumstances, we get a lot of positive feedback from our neighbors to say, this is great. This is a great, good kind of friendly development. We're a good neighbor. We hear your concerns, but we are local. We are here. We will incorporate that. And we think this is a good development opportunity for Red Oak.
I have a question. This appears to be totally enclosed and you've got a bunch of computer stuff in there. What noise level do you have on the outside?
Yeah, so you'll Tommy will go through that, but there's two types. There's cooling equipment that run just like your Linux air conditioning, condenser outside your house, right? So that's running. And we'll go through some numbers on that. The second is if for some reason you lose power, these servers can't stop on a dime. So we have generator power that kicks in. So that's the second big component, which we'll walk you through.
Thank you.
Tommy, man, 2728 North Harwood in Dallas. So zoning council for data bank. I'm going to do my best in a few minutes here to touch on, I think, the key land use considerations for you all with the good overview of the business from my client. So I'm going to dive right into the plan because you've heard enough about it, right? So first off, everything on the west side of future Bachelor Road here has been removed from our request in response to concerns we heard from the community at P&Z. Right, so let's talk about the buffering. You have that 60 plus acres of land that will remain residentially zoned and classified for the future. Then you have an 80-foot right of way. Then you have our data center buildings start themselves. And then you notice the building functions all situated intentionally within a courtyard behind the buildings away from the residential area. So the buildings themselves will attenuate noise. The generator yards will then be screened on top of that. And we will be able to bring our traffic in off a newly constructed Bachelor Road. It's very difficult to find a use that is commercial and compliant with the comp plan like this one that can be developed with no sewer. Data center is very unique in that way, and that we can do it. And what we've actually requested here is a planned development district, not for a whole series of industrial uses, but for data center. A warehouse can't just go in here. A manufacturing facility can't just go in here. It has to be a data center. And that's really important for the neighbors because the operational characteristics of a data center are fundamentally different from traditional industrial. It's all enclosed. The truck traffic is much lower. The number of employees is much lower. The buildings themselves are much more valuable, but if you're going to live closer to this as opposed to a warehouse, this is much, much better. This is a noise model that was done for us by a consulting acoustical engineer. There's a lot of data on here, so let me just highlight the most important things. These points down here, as you look in the table, those are the lowest points of noise ambience from the project. We've agreed to set a maximum of 70 decibels at our property perimeter. For reference, 70 decibels is the volume of regular conversation. So at this point, if we're at 70, and that's only in periods of activity, our average is going to be around 53, which is kind of a quiet night suburban environment. If your home is another couple hundred feet or more from that, right, distance also attenuates noise. It will be inaudible from most people's home the overwhelming majority of the time, except during construction when things are being built. And obviously that's just part of building a project. It's a two-phase development. Just to give you a sense, it's 8 buildings. The first phase, we estimate somewhere around $2.5 billion of investment. And that's largely because of the value of what is placed into these buildings, but because there's so much value in them, rest assured that security is just as important to us as it is to the neighborhood. We've heard all this feedback. We've tried our best in earnest since P&Z to make additional changes that are responsive to that feedback. We've taken as professional approach as we can to this. We understand folks get a notice in the mail and says we're rezoning to industrial, and that's frightening. Hopefully, this data and this information lets you know that it will not be that impactful, and we're happy to answer specific questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question if I may. Sure. There was a concern about the wall that you have bordering the property, and you mentioned landscaping in lieu of the wall.
So the wall in just landscaping would save us money, so we're not going to complain if that's the purview of the council. But the masonry component of the wall was really designated for this section here, kind of the most oblique portion of the property, not to create a fortress all the way down. The rest will be a combination of berming and trees. And the idea is to have a soft appearance from a distance, and that's what we were working on. We're open to that feedback. These are details that would go on the final development plan as well. But this, if you can see it right there, that's the stretch of masonry wall. The rest is buffered by the undeveloped property, the road, and then berming and trees.
Thank you.
Isn't it? Not yet. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're gonna kind of continue in that open public hearing. All right, so Mr. Flannery.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sean Flannery, retired Chief Warrant Officer 4 Marine Gunner, United States Marine Corps. I live at 1631 Stainback Road, Red Oak, Texas. I've met with a few city officials after I heard about this, and I've talked to them, and the thing I hear over and over again is it's a done deal. And I'm gonna tell you, it's not a done deal. I'm a voter, so after this, I'm gonna continue to vote, and I'm gonna live here, and I'm gonna pay taxes, and so on and so forth. The zoning meeting held on this proposal was disturbing. The demeanor of the personnel after the meeting was disrespectful. They were cheering and shaking each other's hand and celebrating. I didn't appreciate that. The corporate representatives will attempt to minimize the fact that this is an industrial facility. It's an industrial facility that I'm going to live across the street from. My property value is going to be affected by it. My wife and I, we moved back here after 25 years in the Marine Corps, bought a property, and we're wondering whether or not our property is going to be worth the same amount next year. We're wondering whether or not crime due to this large industrial area that's going to have open spaces is going to raise crime because it's going to pull people in. And we don't have more law enforcement that are going to be patrolling our streets due to taxes and revenue. So, are we going to get more fire department representative? Are we going to have more fire engines? Are we going to have more personnel to come out and fight fires? These kind of things. These are the things that I'm worried about. It's not really going to produce any real jobs. The last meeting talked about that 130 personnel, and the man said most of them will come from other places. They're going to live somewhere else. They're not going to pay taxes here. They're not going to send their kids to school here. They're going to send them somewhere else. They're not going to buy groceries at Brookshire's. They're going to go to wherever it is they live at their local grocery store, and they're going to buy groceries. They're going to buy gasoline at the stores that are local to Dallas or Plano or wherever it is that they live. Very few employees. Tax abatement. I don't even know what the numbers are. I mean, how many years is it going to be before they actually start paying real taxes on this thing? The Storm Creek, that's a joke. Like these ponds that they put on there, that's not going to hold the 12 inches of rain that we got 2 years ago that flooded my backyard up to my back door to where a foot of my shed was covered with water. That's not going to hold that. And then if it does, it's not, what are they going to do about the mosquito populations that are going to be thriving in those things? I don't have standing water in my house. I clear it out. I put chemicals in it to make sure that mosquitoes don't come out to our property. A lot of these people have livestock. They have other animals. They have, pets and so on and so forth. Bachelor Road, we talked about it. Weight limits, liability. Imagine if it was your neighborhood. Imagine if it was your home across the street. They talk about noise. They say all kinds of things. They say, show me the pretty picture again. Except turn that pretty picture around and show me the neighborhood surrounding it. They showed you the front facade of that thing, but they don't show you the neighborhood around it and what it turns into, the people that leave, the good people of Red Oak that pay taxes and care about the neighborhoods and vote for people that are fleeing and going somewhere else so they can have a way of life and respect and peace. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you, sir.
All right. Ms. Evans.
I have a question before it starts my 3 minutes. I'd had a question on the agenda. Because on the agenda, it says attached hereto and incorporated herein. I don't see any attachments of any plans. Where are those? I also called up and asked if I could see the PD 164. And they said that does not exist yet. So how can we have a public hearing on a plan that does not exist? I don't get it. Does anybody know the answer to this? So, I mean, if the plan is not here, if these attachments are not here, we probably need to defer this item.
You can't respond.
Okay, you can't respond.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, you can start my time then.
Please. Thank you.
So per section 211.006D of the Texas Local Government Code, if 20% of the property owners of the land immediately adjoining the area covered by the proposed change and extending 200 feet from that area, sign a written protest against the zoning change, the proposed change must receive, in order to take effect, the affirmative vote of at least 3/4 of all members. Christine Loya and I were able to obtain signatures against this zoning change for 35% of the property owners of the adjoining area extending 200 feet. Of course, this was before y'all just dismissed number 12. So in addition, despite the fact that we only had a few days and many residents had extenuating circumstances, such as a new grandbaby being born, a husband in the hospital with cancer, a death in the family, travel, property owners living out of state, and other situations, my neighbors were able to collect over 100 signatures of people who live on or own property in the area and are opposed to this zoning because of the negative impact to them. These two sets of petitions were presented to the city of Red Oak today. I hope you have those, correct?
They are on council's table.
All right. When I woke up this morning, laying in bed at sunrise, I could hear an owl hooting, birds singing, and an occasional dog barking. I do not want to wake up and hear the droning noise of construction equipment for the next 5 years, followed by the droning noise of air conditioners, industrial fans, and generators on 8 buildings where each one is the size of my 6.5 acre lot. Those buildings are huge. I'm 69 years old and expected to live the rest of my life on this land. I don't want to move. And who would want to buy my property with this monstrosity being built right next to it? I'm very concerned about the future of my retirement and my financial security. This was posted on Facebook by someone who lives next to the current data center development on Houston School Road. If you believe anything the city of Red Oak tells you, boy, you got problems. We were told that there would only be 5 buildings across the street from us, and boy, do they not know how to count. We live in the Dust Bowl, where 18-wheelers run down the road every dang morning at 3:45 a.m. Some of them actually slipped on the road next to our home with their trucks running. You're sadly mistaken. They're going to do it anyway. They're just going to try to make themselves look good. Come by our Dust Bowl. Good luck. Another post says, nothing we say matters. No board members give a darn about us. It's all about the money. I found this quote from our mayor, Mark Stanfield. Ellis County is on the verge of a growth explosion, whether we like it or not. The key is to manage the growth so that we enhance the quality of life for all Red Oak residents and surrounding communities. I sincerely hope that Mayor Stanfield and the other council members will stand by their commitment to enhance our quality of life by keeping the Steinbach area residential, not industrial, and prove that what the citizens of Red Oak think is listened to and really does matter.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Adkins? I'm sorry, I apologize. Yes, Stacy Atkins. Forgive me.
My name is Stacy Atkins. I'm a retired high school coach and teacher. Live at 1629 Steinbach Road here in Red Oak. My concern starts out with deception, that I feel like when the plans are made, and somebody had talked about this being in the plans for 2 years and going back maybe longer than that. It's one of those things that we're not told, that we're not informed about what's going on. And I know you say you send out these messages and you send out these flyers, and I understand that, but the bottom line is, it just seems like to me, from a citizen standpoint, there is deception, or the truth is not being told all the time. And this starts to degrade the public trust. And we don't want to live in a place where we can't trust our neighbors and trust the people that are around us, because we do need each other. As of right now, we are going through a lot of troubled times in our country. But you start looking at the city structure, there's a lot of developments being made in Red Oak. There are several housing developments that have been made. have added to the citizens of Red Oak, and the roads have not really changed. That's the thing about this, is we have all this extra traffic and the roads are still very unmanageable. And that's the thing, that we see these roads as not being constructed. I know they're moving fences and they're starting to get to the process of doing this, but that doesn't help us right now. So that does erode some confidence. Then, of course, we talk about data centers. There's not a whole lot of research on them. These new wave data centers, the new versions, there's just not a whole lot of information out there on them right now. I know these companies have a lot of data, but I don't know if I always trust everything they say either. And there's one thing that we can look at, that if they are allowed to do this and they come in and build these structures, because yeah, I've seen the ones on Houston School Road. And what if they don't? What if they don't contain that noise to that decibel level? Is there a police guy driving around with a decibel monitor going, up, you're in violation? That's not going to happen. We know what happens in that point. It gets swept under the carpet. But we're just concerned about this because this is our home. And we would like to see it stay a rural area. We would rather see houses there instead of a data center. Thank you.
Sure, I'm gonna get this from Mr. and Mrs. Cameron Montepalo. Yeah. Okay, I apologize. Come on up and state your name.
First, I want to apologize for not being as presentable as I usually could be today, so sorry about that. And first, I want to say thanks to everybody for coming together today. It really is amazing to see the community come together.
Name and address.
My name is Cameron Montalvo, and I live at 1629 Stainback. And I just want to talk about something that's really been weighing on all of our minds. And it's the recent developments surrounding the data center proposal. And I believe it's crucial for all of us to address the issue collectively like we are today. And I believe it's going to have a potentially significant impact on the community. The crux of the matter is the push to change the residential zoning to industrial. And I think we all know that this is going to make a big impact on so many people's lives. And I just really implore the council members to consider it, because if you live that close, it's going to be an everyday thing. And it's really hard whenever you're working and you don't live there. And many people in the community, you know, they're not going to be within earshot distance, and it's basically going to be non-existent to them. Well, these data centers are pros and cons, and many people's lives are going to be sacrificed for the sake of the data center. And it isn't just about paperwork. It's unsettling for the community's identity. These people's residential haven, where they've built their lives, is being treated as disposable to accommodate a project that doesn't resonate with their values. And this whole plan to fast track the zoning change is really just deplorable. So, and this is what we really need as a community. We need guarantees. If the council insists on going ahead with this, we need a commitment that the peace won't be disrupted by a constant noise level. Our homes should remain our sanctuaries, even in the face of changing surroundings. Let's not overlook the private road as well and the potential environmental impact. We need clear answers, and we need them now. Ultimately, this is about safeguarding our future. We want this area to be a haven for families for generations to come, not a canvas for unbridled industrial expansion that may not align with the character of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Angelique. I won't even try to say your last name. I apologize.
My name is Angel Leak Sarmiento. I live on 1629 Stainback Road on Red Oak. Ladies and gentlemen, council members, I stand before you today to address a matter of great concern to our neighborhood, the construction of a database center and its potential negative impact. We understand the need for technological infrastructure, but the location of the database center in our neighborhood is a source of significant worry. Our residential roads are not built to withstand the constant traffic of heavy construction vehicles, creating potholes and hazards of our daily commute. Our narrow roads are ill-suited for large construction vehicles. The construction of the database center threatens to devalue our properties, affecting the investments and lives of those who have lived here for generations. Imagine, what would you do if they were building a data center in your neighborhood? The noise generated by data centers has been compared to a roar of an airplane taking off, creating a constant disruption for residents who live nearby. We therefore request that the data center operates with a lower decibel level, ideally no more than 67, to minimize the disturbance to our community. In conclusion, we acknowledge the importance of technological advances, and we must prioritize our community's well-being. There are more suitable locations for a database center that can prevent unnecessary road damage, safety risk, property devaluation, and noise pollution. We call on our council members to consider these concerns and make the right decision for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Lawyer?
Roy Loya, 1713 Stainback Road. I'm here to oppose agenda item number 13. I purchased my property a few years ago with the dream of building my forever home. I recently moved into a brand new home that I had built 3 months ago. My family and I moved in 3 months ago. If you guys look at the map of where my address is, 1713 Stainback Road, if this proposal is passed, I will literally could have a 70-foot high building within a few hundred feet of my front door. And that's my front door. That's not the beginning of my property line. DataBank speaks a lot about a buffer zone. You know, they feel highly about the buffer zone on the west side of the project. Well, on the south side of the project, if you guys look at the map, there's absolutely not one bit of buffer zone in that area. It is directly in our face. It would be something that, I mean, I would look out my window and I would see multiple buildings from my front window. Like I said, I purchased this property. I wanted to live on the countryside of the city of Red Oak. When I purchased this property, yes, I looked at that area and knew it was going to be developed one day. But, you know, I thought it was going to be a subdivision or it was going to stay in the Ranchette district. I asked the council members to consider it. You know, put yourself in my family's position and my neighbor's position. You know, would you vote for this proposal if you were walking out of your front door and you had a building within a few hundred feet of your front door? It's you know, I don't think anyone would vote for it. That's my opinion. But, you know, I ask that the council members do consider that. You know, I read the description of what a ranchette district, what it means. I guess the bylaws, I'm not sure what they're called on the website, but it speaks of value of life, a different value of life for people that live in that district. You know, people that want to be away from industrialized zones, people that want to be away from heavy traffic or heavy construction. I myself, I work in construction. My company is building the Loop 9 project currently. heavy equipment creates loud noises. As this construction goes on, you have to have haul trucks day and night, bringing items in. So with that being said, I ask that you guys put yourselves in my shoes and look at that map and look where my home that I spent the better part of this year building. Like I said, I moved into this home 3 months ago. And man, when we got the news of this proposal, it was a shocker to us. And I hope that you guys make the right decision today, and I appreciate everyone's time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Shackelford.
Earl Shackelford. I live at 1635 Stateback, which is right across the southern end of the property. Honorable Mayor, distinguished City Council, thank you for allowing me to speak. On November the 8th of 2023, I filed my objection to this project. I went through it pretty detailed, from things of there is no tax consequence with the abatement. School taxes are going to Ferris. There is nothing that this project gives to the city of Red Oak other than a few jobs and eventually tax returns. So I'm not going to go into all that. It's there. I'm sure y'all have it if you'd like to read through it. But what I'd like to say tonight is that the folks behind me are your people. They're the people that you took an oath to protect and to serve, and to make sure that things like this don't happen to them. And I understand that things come up, you get kind of caught up in the moment, you want to become a data center capital of the world, and it gets away from you, and I understand that, but you need to come back down. And I think you look at what's going on. The law itself states that you must, and that is mandatory language from the state of Texas, you must design and plan to lessen congestion, secure safety from fire and panic and dangers, and promote health and general welfare for the citizens that are under your care. I think at this point, I honestly believe that this is probably going through. So I'm going to take a different tack, and I'm going to look at, not talk about my objections, but I'm going to talk about things that are missing from the presentation of these people that have come here. I was there at the zoning meeting, and I can tell you that there's a lot of misinformation. First is the noise. God bless the zoning folks. They did a really good job. I thought they asked pertinent questions. I really was appreciative of what they did. However, in lowering the zoning noise limit to 70 decibels, they missed the point. They missed it completely. Actually, the Telecommunications Association, TIA, states that the decibels level should be below the existing nighttime background noise at the nearest residence without barriers. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency on data centers states that without a barrier, it should be 55 during the day, 45 at night. So they didn't mention that. Oh, sorry. They didn't mention that to you. You get into building height. They testified to the zoning board that they intend a two-story building. When asked specifically what a two-story was to them, they said 36 feet. So in all of this, the extension of Bachelor, there was no way that they could get it to Loop 9, although the state of Texas and our city itself has a plan to take it all the way to Loop 9. So at this point, I would just ask that you take a look at this. There is no real infrastructure help. And I think that the noise levels and all of this, if you could bring them in from Loop 9, I think that would alleviate part of y'all's problems. Thank you.
How tall is this ceiling? Is this 15 feet? Probably 14 to 15. Okay. Is there another lawyer? I apologize, I don't want to butcher your first name.
Thank you, probably did my husband, that's okay, I'm Christine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm Christine Loy, I live at 1713 Stainback Road. And as my husband said, unfortunately, we just built and moved in there, having no knowledge of the data center being coming in. You know, we're hardworking residents, middle class. We spent upwards of $400,000 trying to build a new home on some land that we owned, you know, thinking that we're gonna live in this beautiful ranchette district. We moved from Springfield Farms, sold our house there. We had over an acre there, but we wanted more land so we could be in a peaceful district without a bunch of noise coming around. And I know they say that the decibels are low, but at our house, if you've ever been out there at night, we can hear everything from XRP. We can hear the burnouts from the race car. We can hear the people, what they're saying on the microphone. So for them to tell me that it's going to be a minimal noise level, I'm sorry, I can't believe that. And then literally right now, I look out my window and I see beautiful land. I wouldn't mind if it was houses. That's what we moved there for. We thought it was going to be a development of houses. But now to think of me looking out my front door and my windows and seeing a huge concrete wall with just 6 feet of shrubbery, that it's just insane to me. And if it does happen, then we got to think about, we were going to pass this land down to our kids for them to be able to live there, to live in a ranchette district. And now we're thinking, okay, do we need to sell? Do we need to move? Because it's not something that I want to look at every day for the rest of my life. You know, I'm almost 50, but I'm going to be paying on this house for 30 years. And to pay on a house for 30 years to look out and see a concrete wall, that's just not what I want to do. So
just a clarification, case in point, there's not a concrete wall right there.
yeah, there's nothing right now, but
No.
you mean it's going to be a big building?
Oh, okay.
Because if you look where our, yeah, we're on
Yeah,
Stainback
you're
Road.
talking about the building itself,
Yes.
not, okay, I'm sorry.
So if you look at where our property is, the entrance is in front of our property, which means we're directly impacted by all the traffic and
Okay.
everything that's going on. They have to enter in front of our property. And then the building, there's no buffer. So we back right up to the building. And I know a lot of people are affected by it, but I mean, we got to look at this monstrosity every day. So I just ask you guys to uphold your oath and please protect and serve for us.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Miguel, thank you, I apologize.
Everybody hear me? Okay. My name is Miguel Villanueva. My address is 409 Sunset Court. Not a resident of Red Oak. I'm coming as a subject matter expert on behalf of my family there at 1713 Stainback Road. Consider myself a subject matter expert. I've been in facilities, data centers in particular, for 18 years. 18 years. I think I know what I'm talking about. There's certain things, and even though I love my career, I love what I do, but under no circumstances would I want a data center in front of my home. There are many factors that are not being considered. Noise, I know you've talked about noise, the decimal levels, but those metrics, were they taken with one generator at full load or with the full bank of generators? Another thing I'm not hearing is capacity. What is the megawatt capacity of that campus? Let's just say it's 100 megawatts, which is probably low for the size of that. 100 megawatts, you're telling about 50 generators. We're talking about 320,000 gallons of diesel, red dye diesel, off-road diesel on site. We're talking about 6,250 gallons of oil. We're talking about 14,750 gallons of coolant. So all of those, all in the middle of a residential neighborhood. That family just purchased their home, just built it 2 months ago inside of an enormous complex. So we're talking lighting, smog when those generators are running at full capacity. And they say, oh, well, they're only going to run during outages. Not true. They run 12 months a year because of testing. There are monthly no-load tests in order to prevent wet stacking. There are quarterly tests, and they know, just be using these words, I know what I'm talking about, that run. And not to mention outages. The only thing that cannot exceed is 200 hours a year, according to EPA regulation standards, for them to be considered standby generators, okay? You're gonna have not only that, environmental hazards, diesel fuel, refrigerant. We don't know if they're going to use chill water. We don't know if they're going to use crack units. Either way, that's tons and tons of refrigerant that emits the ozone layer. That is an EPA environmental hazard. Okay, we're going to have VRLA batteries or lithium batteries, some sort of batteries. That presents a fire hazard to the area. If they use cooling towers, we're talking water. They're going to need bromine. They're going to need biocide, things that stink up the area. Why? Because I've been in this industry for 18 years. I know what I'm talking about.
We're gonna have fuel storage, noise, 24/7, there are deliveries. Something breaks down, don't tell me there are scheduled delivery days. Something breaks down, that thing's gonna be hot shotted from the other side of the country or the side of the world, trucked in on an emergency break fix. Construction, everybody knows about construction. We're gonna have all kinds of debris in the road. We're gonna have trucks. You guys put in permit hours and stuff for work. We know that's all gonna be gone. If you get behind on the schedule, they're gonna work when they have to work. If they get behind, poured concrete has to be poured because their deadline in order to get a return on investment. You know, in 18 years, in all the various data centers I've been in, I have never seen a residential neighborhood around a data center. They're all in commercial areas where we can make all the noise we want, near airports where there's bandwidth. The biggest problem with data centers today, and they know, is power. There is no power. Right now, where we're in, that's one of the biggest problems we're facing. They cannot build. They're getting to the point where they're even wanting to bring nuclear power to power these things up. We continue to build data centers in this area, we're gonna have that same problem.
Thank you.
There's a time and a place for everything. This is not the time or the place for this here. Thank you.
They can't. So, David Selman and Alice Selman. Okay, so, the Selmans they live on Tom Driver Road and, thank you. Okay. I can somewhat read a little bit. Sometimes I stumble, but yeah, I know, but please keep your comments to yourself. Okay.
Well, I'm not making a comment to you.
I understand, but interrupting the meeting, please. Okay. Thank you. So they, they're
sent in
against
their
it.
objections.
They
For
have
the record.
Yeah, for the
They
record.
sent in objections to the.
Right, and he's a master home inspector and, anyway, we're just putting that into record, okay?
What was their name, Mr. Mayor?
Selman.
Selman.
David and Alice Selman at 155 Tom Driver Road.
Thank you. David Selman again. I think they just wanted to make sure that we knew that they are not for it, so. Shane Van Norden. And that's on 1600 Steenbeck. Oh, okay. So I'm pretty safe to say that they're not for it also, and that's 1600 Steenbeck. Okay, thank you for clarification. Christie. Yes, I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm Christy Strelo, 1547 Steinbach Road. I just want to start by saying we've been here 5 years. We left a state that was doing just this and driving people out by droves, hundreds of thousands of people. This was a 20-year dream to buy this property that we bought in Red Oak, where we bought it in Red Oak, to have the country living. We have fantastic neighbors, fantastic neighborhood. It's quiet. And obviously I'm opposed to this data center, not only the construction, because it's a multi-year construction project, but we're also going to have the Ovilla Road going down at the same time. So we're in the middle. To get out to 35E is a nightmare now by them doing the new sewer system down there. It took me 20 minutes to get through one signal one day. Now you're going to mess up the other way. I can't get out of my own neighborhood. I won't be able to get out. I work in construction. I work for a general contractor that builds extremely large, multi-billion-dollar projects across the United States. So I understand how this works. The noise is going to be insane because of multiple projects. From my house, because I don't sleep, I can hear them building, I heard them building Loop 9. We've got all the different, residential neighborhoods that they're building. I hear that as if it's right next door. Now you want to build a data center. How is that bringing value to the people in our neighborhood and our community? It doesn't. I'm not going to be employed by any of these people. That's not being a good neighbor that they talked about last week. They're not going to pay our property taxes that are going to go up. They're not going to pay for our internet we're not going to get. How is it bringing any value to our neighborhood? It's going to bring all that construction equipment down our road because they're not going to just come in off Loop 9. They come in off Stainback now. They try to make it up rugged. I mean, I've seen trucks almost wipe out in my front yard. How'd you like it if this was your house in your neighborhood? We live in an area that is so quiet, sound travels. You can hear things miles away. I like it that way. I don't want it to be construction. I don't want it to be a data center. You know what brings value to our community? Better grocery stores, restaurants where families can dine out, things that really benefit, things that will create jobs for not 130 highly skilled people that will never live in this community. So I'm asking you to please think about that. Your website says that the city council works for the residents. Are you really? I'm new here. Show me that you work for me. My tax dollars pay salaries or whatever if you guys get compensation. Right? Everybody here contributes to the financial stability here. Think about that. You don't work for them, you work for us. Because we are going to remember this come election time. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't get paid. We don't get paid. But just, I want to make sure everybody knows. I understand that, but I don't know what state it was, but it mentioned that, but so. Monique Foster.
Yes, the one you just right?
I really don't appreciate disparate treatment. Because I said the same thing she said, but I got called out. But it's okay. You can start the time.
Give us your name and address, please.
He just said it, but Dr. Monique Foster, 101 Tom Driver. Real quick, the P and Z, I'm not sure a quorum was made on that voting. I was told it was 2 and 2. And I was told it was 7 people who attended. But I'm still reviewing the recording of it to see if the other 3 abstained or just decided not to participate. I don't know yet. If that was the case, then what we're talking about tonight is meaningless because it has to be sent back for proper voting, because there was not proper voting that I know of. I don't know. This is my comment period, but this is what I was told, that it was 2 and 2 for one item and it was 3 and 1 for another item. And the other ones just didn't vote. So I guess the recording will have that and we would be able to review that. If the other 3 decided not to vote, they at least should have abstained to participate in the voting. Now, what am I saying that for? I'm saying that there is a rule for voting for all the boards. I've sat on the Board of Adjustments for a city before. So I know that there is a 2/3 votes that must occur. And if it didn't occur, then what we're here tonight for is a waste of time. It has to go back to be properly voted for and come back. I know you're shaking your head, but maybe it doesn't. But as a citizen, if you're voting on something it's crucial that could be a nuisance to me, and you allow a non or illegitimate voting process to go through, then you're accepting the accountability and the liability to accept the liability if I'm impacted. You don't know my impact. You don't know the nuisance. Now, the gentleman already
Ma'am.
gave you.
Ma'am, up here, please. Address it.
I'm addressing you, but I'm pointing. There's no law saying I can't point and say, the
Correct.
gentleman made his point. Now, EAP. Now, 20 years ago, I did fight with some EAP stuff. I'm familiar with EAP. If you look at the bridge, you're talking about trucks impact. There's a whole bridge out on Malloy Bridge Road and the City of Ferris because of big trucks with the landfill. So we already see the impact that big traffic can do to bridges and to roads. Right now, that town is impacted because there's one way in and one way out. And so right now, there's no bridge. Why is there no bridge? Because the big trucks that come in and out of that town have damaged the road. And so guess what? That's gonna happen right there on that road. We see it. We don't have to wait to see if it's being built. We see it right today.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I just wanted you to know that if you vote yes,
Ma'am, thank you. I'm cutting you off. Thank you.
you're accepting the acceptability and accountability of the nuisance and a lawsuit that might.
So. And I will speak to that. The vote was, I'm making a comment. Making the comment of 2 and 2, and then there was 2 alternates that don't vote. Okay,
So it's not a 7?
no,
Oh, okay, it's only a 5.
There's 5 members and 2 alternate members, 2 alternate.
They don't vote. But
They
there's
don't
only
vote.
5 members.
There's only a 5-member board. There was 1 vacancy. Therefore, the vote was 2 and 2 on the first one. That would have required, well, that wouldn't require
No.
a supermajority, but the other 2 did pass with a minimum 3 votes. So,
But there's only 5 members.
right, that's right.
okay,
I didn't see there any vote anyone. That's why.
just so we could clarify. Ms. Atkins. Mr. Atkins, I apologize again. Well, and maybe because you handwritten and then you had submitted one online. Okay, thank you. Alex Towner, male or female? So this is 15 74 Steinbach Road. Read into record, there's a extensive, and I am in the understanding that it's don't care to have it here. And that's Alexander Towner, 1574 Steinbach. Jack Priestley. And that is 1508 Sandstone Court. Since this is probably not for it, there are a bunch of points that they have, and it's admitted into record. Raymond Evans. Okay.
I'm Raymond Evans, 1628 Steinbach Road.
Okay, now would you repeat that right there in front of the mic?
Raymond Evans, 1628 Steinbach Road.
Okay.
I live real close to where it's gonna be built. You're gonna be able to look out my kitchen window and see the facility. Kathy is between me and the facility, and then you can see it. It's not quite as bad as what the people that live up on Steinbach right across the street from it are going through, but it's bad enough. We moved out here 30 years ago. We bought 6 acres out here for $30,000, and me and Valerie worked going back and forth to Dallas our whole lives, and paid for that place and it's paid off. And, you know, what I feel like is that this was thought about, arrangements were made and deals were made. And, you know, it had to be in mind exactly how the people that live right near it were gonna react, how they were gonna feel about it, and what we were gonna, you had to plan on stomaching the fact that you're putting us through this. It had to be part of the, you have to put up with the feelings of knowing that some of the neighbors are being sold down the river for the tax money that you're gonna get 10 years from now that you can start spending right now. We're being sold down the river. That's the way we feel. It's the feeling you get when something bad is happening to you and you don't have any power to do anything about it. It's like an army tank comes rolling down Stainback Road with 8-inch thick armor and a big old cannon, and you're there with a little old shotgun. What can you do? That's exactly how we feel about that. And I mean, yeah, it's going to be a beautiful facility. They promise it's going to be quiet. It's going to be better than if they put in a trucking company, all this stuff. But there's still going to be a big, huge thing in my backyard. And y'all had to think through how we're going to feel about it. And, you know, I feel like I'm being sacrificed, basically. You know, the people right around it, their property values and their quality of life. It's not that many of us. You probably say, this is for the greater good. This is, you know, the large amount of tax money you're going to get from it. It's for the greater good. But, you know, this is supposed to be, and we're supposed to be neighbors. This is supposed to be America. This is supposed to be Red Oak. You're supposed to be watching out for us and taking care of us. We're getting sold down the river. My property ain't gonna be worth nothing there. Who's gonna, you know, if I put it on the market.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Gina Lynn Evans.
Hello, I live at 1629 Stainback. And along with a bunch of other ladies, we were canvassing the neighborhoods and talking to people. And I had a great time doing that because out there where we live, we're just hardworking people. A lot of people have gates. It's really hard to get to them. You see them, you wave, but everybody does their thing and we mind our own business. And that's how we like it. So, but most everyone I talk to, they're wonderful people, but some of them have been out there. I've been out there, I think next year will be 20 years or 19, I don't know. And that was my son who spoke earlier and my will-be daughter-in-law. They don't live here with me, but they spoke. So, because he loves it there too. Anyway, all the people that I spoke to were against it. They didn't even know. So when my husband spoke, to me, the deception, I think I could handle it better if you were upfront telling me all the reasons. And like Ray said, we're being sacrificed. Well, if you know, I'll be sacrificed if I know what the greater good is. I mean, I taught, and sometimes I made decisions as a coach or as a teacher for the greater good of my classroom, but that isn't how it feels to us. And everyone that I talked to, the older people who can't make it up here, who were against it and signed the petition, they fought for that electric company not to come through, that whatever it was, power plant. And they're like, they're trying this stuff again. They were so disappointed. And it's so sad for them because, I mean, I feel for them also, because I personally, we've already discussed what we're going to do. depending on your decision, of course, but I already know which way I'm gonna go. I'm not as old as they are. They don't have a choice. But I feel like I'm still, mobile, so I do have a choice. Anyway, I just hope that you really, all the things they say, all the bells and whistles, and I looked at the buildings, they're beautiful. Okay, I got that. Okay, but they're not beautiful in a neighborhood, especially our neighborhood. We don't even have concrete sidewalks. We don't even have ditches hardly to drain. So, we walk our dogs every morning out there at dark. I mean, it's just great. It's peaceful. It's nice. It's where we want to live. And it's where a lot of people move. I talked to one young lady she moved there. She's young. She moved there 2 months ago. She is in shock. She works in Dallas. She's driving home. She couldn't come to the meeting because she wouldn't make it in time, but she didn't know anything about it. So I think the fact that it just feels like we're being deceived and that we're being mistreated. And I really, it's just disappointing. It's like big city tactics. That's how I feel. Like it just leaves a bad taste in your mouth. So, I really beseech you on, not just on my account and my neighbors, but all those other people who are not able to come. So, and we need more time because we could mount a lot more. I guarantee it. This was just in 2 days. Thank you.
Butch, Strello? Okay. 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 Thank you, sir. Butch lives at 1547 Steinbach Road. And it's on file. Thank you, sir. Valerie Evans. Okay. And she's got yeah. We're still on 13. Okay. We'll try to. Yeah. She says 1628 Steinbach.
That's Miss Evans. Yeah, she just sure.
Okay. So are you going to want to speak on each one individual? Okay. I'm going to set it off to the side and just, if I don't remember it's over here, please remind me. Mr. Cameron?
Yeah, I already spoke on the issue.
Okay, sure, you're good. Sorry if these are duplicates, I'm just working through them. And yes. Yes. On number 14, okay. Okay. And she's at 1741 Steinbach Road. Steve Hedke.
Steve Hedke, 1541 Steinbach Road. These guys all took my thunder and I was trying to think, what is there really left to say about this? But it dawned on me, and Mr. Mayor, I've known you for a long time. We were in Scouts together. Our founding document says, we the people of the United States, we the people, that's us, everybody in the room, including you folks sitting up there on city council. We have a duty. This is a country built on self-determination. Abraham Lincoln said it best when he says, the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. It's y'all's job. You've heard it before. I'll say it again. It's your job to represent us, not the companies. You've seen there's a whole bunch. Is there anybody here that did come here to speak up for this project, or is everybody here against it?
Steve, this way.
So the thing is, you've seen the opposition to it. And the people that I've only been able to see that are for it are the people who want to build it and probably y'all. Try getting back to your roots. Imagine this is your backyard, not ours, yours. Mr. Goodwin, that's right. You're out there where I'm at. You know what's going to happen. And it's never, ever the end. It's the beginning. You know it. I know it. And I think everybody here knows it. I came here almost 18 years ago. I like it the way it is. Please, I implore you, do not. You have a great amount of trust put into you by us when we elected you. Please do not disappoint us by putting business over the people you're supposed to represent. Thank you.
Kathy Tucker.
I'm Kathy Tucker. I live at 1630 Stainback Road, right next door to this thing y'all are doing. And I know I was speaking, but I just want to say it will ruin my properties totally 100%. Nothing about it can possibly be good. I was just gonna ask him, could you at least leave the trees that are between me and this gigantic monstrosity that we're talking about tonight? But I did hear a couple of things that were pretty disappointing to me while we were collecting signatures the last couple of days, and actually from somewhere else too that you were speaking at, Mayor Stanfield. Like I said, I was very disappointed to hear it because, like everyone else has said, y'all are supposed to be protecting us, and I've heard that you've said that this was a cash cow. So to me,
I will object to that because
you
I
can object,
have
but
never said anything about a cash
Okay.
cow.
But you also spoke at a realtors conference very recently
I
about
have
the
not
data center.
spoken at it.
That's what I was told.
So please do not infer.
That's what I was told. That's all. And they
That
just said you
is
were talking about the data center. That was something different. though.
That is a lie.
Okay, you weren't at the Realtors Unlimited?
No.
Okay, I was told you were. I said, the mayor of Red Oak, really?
What?
So maybe as a mayor of somewhere else, but anyway, the cash cow comment was from actually.
Don't
from-
bring that up because that
Okay,
was not
I'm
me.
just saying, that's just a couple of things that I've heard, and it really hurts my heart that
Well,
this
your
is.
heart should be healed because that was not. me.
Okay, well, good. I'm glad to hear that. You know, honestly, I don't want it to be about money, but I know it is. But to us, I mean, this is our livelihood. It's the biggest investment we have is what y'all are fixing to put this beside. And I'm a realtor. I know what these properties are worth, and I know what they're gonna be worth. So they're gonna be worth nothing. And most of us are retirement age. I mean, I am, my husband is, all of my neighbors right beside me. And I'm not gonna hear anything except that loud noise for the rest of however long we can live there. We're not gonna be able to sell it like Mr. Heckey said. We're not gonna be able to sell these properties because they're gonna be worthless. So you're really taking everything we've worked for our whole entire lives. Like they said, I drove back and forth to Dallas for decades to live in this house. And I mean, it's heartbreaking to all of us. So wasn't trying to offend you, just wanted to say those are a couple of comments that I heard, and I didn't.
Okay, I can go back to those people and say, I was not there.
Okay.
That did not happen.
One of them's your client, so I
Yeah.
will.
Yeah, go back to them.
I will. I'll tell them they were wrong, because I thought it was a little odd you were at the Realtors Unlimited, but
Yeah.
anyway.
Thank you. Okay. And I apologize if I came across rough, but that was offensive. Yeah, that's not me. Okay. And I apologize. Gary Gallagher. So, little aside, none of this has been decided, and so people keep thinking that, that's why it's come to the board to be able to discuss and to hear your comments. And I think each and every one of these councilmen take heart in what you're saying, and they're gonna look at it at the merit, okay? So please do not feel like the decision's been made, because there's been no decision. This is the first time this council has heard this, okay? So, all right, we'll see how this kind of plays out, but I mean, we cannot make those decisions beforehand. It has to, that's right. We can't, I mean, this has to be done in legalese, whatever this board is, okay? And I'm sorry I diverged.
So I guess
Carrie?
Carrie was not here for this. Carrie Gallagher, 1630 Stainback Road, and they are against. For the record.
Ms. Brenda.
Hi, my name is Brenda Wilmer. I'm at 1531 Stainback Road. I'm a little nervous because I've never done this before. My husband and I moved here 38 years ago. And we liked the area of Red Oak because of the country living, quiet, peaceful. And that's what we really like and would like for it to remain that way. I don't understand what is so popular about Red Oak and these data centers. There's one going behind our church, First Baptist Red Oak. And we're going through the same issues of, the noise and how many people are employed there and the look of it and all this kind of stuff. I just have some concerns. I just want to say, I agree with everybody that's gotten up here and spoke tonight. And I want to say that I am against it, my husband and I. We would like to, the area to remain like it is. It doesn't affect us like the people that are sitting right next to us that are looking at this or would look at it. But it's still, we feel the impact of it in our neighborhood. And we're dealing with construction even over there on off of Reindeer. Wondering, the big ditches that they've dug there and how it's going to affect us with all the rainfall, fall that comes through, because we live on the creek and it has gotten pretty high before. A friend of ours made a comment yesterday at lunch. He said they went somewhere up North Dallas and they were just talking about how beautiful the town was and how welcoming it was. And it just kind of wants you to come in and visit and stay. And we're getting the feeling that that's not going to be Red Oak if we're going to be turned into an industrial park, having all of this surrounding us. We have had to fight on Stainback Road for many things: halfway house, a high-speed rail, power plant. And it just seems like there's just always something that's trying to affect our neighborhood. I'm trying to look at all my notes. I didn't have time to really prepare this until today, because I just found out about it yesterday when the ladies came by for the petition. I don't understand big companies coming in and why the city gives them a tax break. They're the ones that has all the money. Why can't we if that's something that's going to happen, why can't we benefit the city and get money up front from them for the taxes? That's just a comment someone made to me. I feel for these people, and I just hope that y'all will really consider our feelings, our livelihood. Sorry, it's an emotional thing, and I'm not really that close to it, but I'm gonna feel it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Eddie Chavez?
Close, Chavis.
Chavis.
That's fine. I live at 1211 Bachelor Road, which is the access road now that will be the main thoroughfare going to this piece of property. So I have some concerns about Bachelor Road being repaired, and it gets repaired pretty frequently. I mean, every 10 years or so. But it doesn't last very long, and it's in that process right now. And if we pick up traffic, I used to drive a truck for a living, a big truck. And I know restrictions, this road is zoned for 50,000 pounds. Big trucks will not be allowed fully loaded because they come in at 80,000 pounds. If they take this shortcut based on Google Maps now, they will use it. And the Highway 9 access is, in the Planning and Zoning Commission, I tried to get them to express, when is this access road going to be tied into Highway 9? Couldn't get an answer. Don't know. Has the property been bought to do that access? Because this property doesn't back up right to Highway 9. I know that for a fact. So that's a concern. And then all of the other things that the people have been saying, the lights, the noise, I know I'm going to be able to hear that because of the new data center that's going down the road on Ovilla Road. You can see that from Ovilla Road. That's just from the construction. What's it going to be like when they're actually on gear doing that? So it's a major decision for y'all to make, along with all these people that are here against it. I'm against it also, and I live on Bachelor Road. Thank you very much.
Okay, and then into record. And this is the petition with all the signatures and I think a copy of all those that had spoken. Was there anybody that I missed? Whether I didn't get that paper or I overlooked it on this item? Yes, ma'am.
I submitted mine electronically, and so 14 was also on my comment.
Okay.
It's directly.
Okay.
Closer to me than.
When we get to that, I'll.
Okay, I know you put it over there. I just didn't.
All right.
Like when on those petitions, we only had like 2 or 3 days to do those, and we got over 100.
Okay. Thank you. All right. I'll entertain a motion to close this public hearing at 9:23.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, there were a couple of written in for both for and against. Are those ones we need to address that I saw in some of the notes? I think all the against ones you did read. There were 2 for. I don't know that it bears repeating in there, but there were 2.
Package, you mean?
Yeah, in the note, yeah, the item notes for this one.
Okay.
I may be looking at 14 though, so if I'm on the wrong one, Todd, please set me right.
Don't check.
Thank you, sir. Just a second.
So mailed in, we've got one from Amy Wazwaz. On Steinbeck, no ma'am, it's just read into the record. It says, ma'am, all I'm doing is reading what she wrote. So address is 00 Steinbeck Road, police check 1-4. That's all it says.
She doesn't live there. She does not live on Steinbeck Road. She lives over by the high school. If she thought that was for over by the high school, she didn't know it's for over by Steinbeck.
Okay.
That was the only one I saw that looked like it was from the area, but it sounds like that may or may not be, so take it for what it is. I think the rest of them looks like they were all addressed in the comments today from people that were here.
So you had that one. You had Xinjiang Ping, I think that's 5201 Berwick Lane, Parker, Texas. They said they're for it. Then.
Thank you.
Mr. Flannery, you already heard from. Mr. Shackelford, you already heard from.
I didn't hear Miss Cohen there. She has a note on there as
spoke
well.
early. She spoke early. I don't know if she
Okay.
spoke in the actual public hearing
Understood.
or the other, but she did speak. And she is against it.
Sorry, I didn't catch all the names. I apologize for not being there.
And Richard Shirk, 1225 Bachelor Road, against it. Glenn Evans, her probably, Valerie Evans, Regina Graham, Kenneth Graham, and they're on 429 Rugged Drive, against it. Robert Torsten, 430 Rugged Drive. Opposed. Nancy Forston. Opposed. Regina Graham again. Christine Green. Don't have an address, but is against it. And that's all that was in the pack.
Okay. So at 9:28, I'll entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
Second.
Okay, good one. Second was Drake. Those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Aye. Drake, aye.
Lightfoot, aye.
All right, that closes at 9:28, and that's 5-0. Okay, council, is there any, do you need any other information? Do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a couple of questions. I heard complaints of a not being notified. Can staff confirm that they did notify within the appropriate distance, within the appropriate time frame?
Yes, staff sent out notices to property owners within 200 feet of the subject site per state law. And for this site, there was over 20% opposition, so there will need a supermajority vote.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions as well. So there were a couple of issues that were brought up that Dr. Emmett didn't touch on that maybe we could talk about a little bit. There was some comments about environmental impacts, hazardous materials, things like that. What are the abatement responsibilities of the property owner for that? What's required under our any type of development agreement for those types of uses? I mean, I'm sure that there are some standard industrial type uses where hazardous materials have to be covered, but what kind of, I guess, protocols or safety maybe can be summarized for a development like this?
And that, like you say, Tim, that would typically be within the development plan and the development agreement.
Okay.
Fire marshal would be involved in that review as well as city engineer. This is strictly for the use itself, but those regulations in terms of the environmental impacts would obviously be required.
Understood. Okay. Then maybe take my question a little more broadly. What is this, or talk about the use of this area for data centers. And I'm gonna phrase it as a question, but I'll make a comment as well. One of the complaints that I get as a city councilman, not from people in this area, actually, but in people in other areas, are that we're too focused on housing. We're bringing in too many people. We're overloading the streets. We're overloading the school district. Why can't we just get development that's not houses? That's where some of these projects, I guess, start to appeal to me. Now, I'm not saying that this is the best place for it. The question I'm going to have is, why is this area suited for it? Maybe we can pull up Loop 9 and see that there's really, where that Loop 9 development is, and see kind of where that, intersection of Loop 9 versus some of these properties along Loop 9 get to start looking, attractive to these users. But, one of the attractiveness, quotient, or, pros and cons when you weigh a data center, is that they are bringing, after the construction phase, obviously, they are bringing traffic. They are bringing, a bunch of people into the city that tax the school system, because housing is the only other major development that's going on. It's industrial or housing, and data centers seem to be the lowest impact of the industrial that has been presented to us. So I know why the city is interested in looking at these developments. I know why the city is interested in seeing, how these developments can benefit us. We could talk about the taxes at some point too. That's really a capitalism at work, is really what that boils down to. It's like, if we don't give a tax exemption for a small number of years, they won't come here, and then we don't get the benefit of the tax investment for the decades longer that they operate. But what about this area is making this suitable for data centers? Given Loop 9 is what's coming to mind as the most obvious reason why this area becomes attractive for that. But what else here, or is there anything else that's making this a good area for this type of development?
So the couple of other things that infrastructure wise are very attractive right here is that you have the 345 kilovolt power lines coming through that provides the power that would be needed for the data center. They would still, obviously need substations and so forth. Then the other piece is, this is the area where the main trunk lines for the fiber come down. So the fiber that's going down towards Google and Compass and so forth, that's all coming through right here. So you've got the power available, and you've got the electricity available, and you're in the middle between a 6-lane highway and a 10-lane interstate.
All right, thank you.
So how does this type of, how can they run on septic?
Well, they won't have, they're not like a major industrial manufacturer who's going to have a lot of water waste. For instance, Google, with their phase 1, at least, will be a water cooled facility. So they would require a lot of sewer use for that. Compass is an air cooled data center. This would be more similar to them. So it would be air cooled. And really the only issues that they're going to be looking for in terms of water use are going to be potable water for their employees, flushing the toilets, and a little more than that. But generally speaking, that's pretty much it. But the bigger issue is going to be the fire flow. Obviously they're going to have fire protection, and the water supply is going to have maintain that minimum fire flow for them to have that fire protection. But they won't be utilizing that water. All that means is it's there so that if there's a fire, you have that much capacity and flow and pressure of water that they can fight the fire, but it's not going to create sewage issues.
And so so can you walk the citizens through how this kind of came to light? So how is Ranchette? How big is that? How many houses could go on this piece of property?
Potentially approximately 775, because they have to be on septic, and septic requires a minimum of ½ acre lots.
So.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So,
That's correct. You could have somewhere between 700 and 800 homes because you could have half-acre lots. Septic is allowed on half-acre lots.
City.
so, audience, please, I'm trying to. There's information that we need to be able to get out to you, and this is the way that we as council can disseminate it in this closed. It's our discussion, and I don't know how that kind of comes to play, and so I need to know that information. And
So in the city limits, you can have septic on a half-acre lot. If you're out in the county, it's an acre lot because the county does not go with what the state TCEQ requirements are. State requirement is a minimum of 1 acre as long as you have the ability for the soil to soak it up. Still has to have perk tests. So if you were to build a subdivision out here, you could do it on half-acre lots per TCEQ regulations, which the city goes by.
And what was that estimate?
Somewhere between 700 and 800.
Give or take.
Her calculation was
Sure, I
775.
ma'am,
You go sit down.
please. I'm sorry. So,
So our
so if that-
information is correct.
okay. Okay. And if by chance this developer didn't purchase this and somebody else purchased it because it's on the market, they haven't bought it. A subdivision could potentially come in
Correct.
and go through that process.
Yes, to zone it.
Okay, to zone it?
Yeah,
To zone
for a
it.
denser residential development.
Okay, and so how would that road system would all be the same type? We know that Steinbach's gonna connect to, I'm not using the right word. Bachelor would connect to Loop 9 and they can do their road pattern,
Yes.
how they
Within the
see
septic,
fit to
yes.
get their maximized return
Correct.
on investment.
I will say that under either, whatever develops out there, at least for Bachelor Road, we're gonna have to be working with Lancaster and Dallas County at some point. Because Bachelor Road does cross over the county line before it hits Loop 9. So their property does not adjacently touch Loop 9, so we'll have to work with another jurisdiction in the future to make that connection.
Okay.
And for the record, the property is currently owned by a private individual
That's correct.
that's willing to sell their property to whoever is the highest.
Wants to buy it.
Okay,
It's probably on an option right now.
sure. Okay.
Is that your knowledge? They don't know it yet, windfall or when.
That bank does not own it yet.
Right, yeah, I believe it's
They
under
have an
contract.
Under contract.
That's,
Okay.
but the owner's here to,
Verify.
Yeah.
Okay. Council, question?
I know you have a long laundry list. Can I ask one last question? I'll be out the way. Chief Wolf, this may be you or it may be code compliance. How is our noise nuisance, how is that handled in the city?
But we don't have construction hours, it's just noise nuisance, and that's handled by the police department.
Well, okay,
But if they've gone to concession that it can't be before 7 and 4?
Yeah, if it's written into the PD, then code would handle it.
Right.
oh, code compliance, okay,
Because it would be during the day.
okay.
And so if we have a complaint after hours, that goes to PD? And then what happens? Walk us through that. Okay. Or if they're doing construction after those hours, it's pretty obvious, right? So what teeth does the city have to stop that?
Well, he has the authority to shut that down.
And if that happens repetitively. Okay,
Thank you, Chief Ward.
does that help you?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Someone spoke about a racetrack. What? Just enlighten me what that is.
Ferris. There's a racetrack in there.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Thank you.
I think it's actually in our city property in Ferris. It's right there on 45. I think it's in the city of Ferris. Our map shows it up there in the city of Red Oak.
We'll investigate that. That may be in our city limits. So thanks for bringing that to our attention.
Right there. If you look at this.
Okay.
Maybe the map changed on the map.
Councilman Goodwin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I live on Bachelor Road. I have for the last 29 years. And I hear the hoot owls at night too. Hear the coyotes when they make a kill down on Bear Creek. I wish to God we could remain nice and quiet like it has been, particularly in the previous years. But we need to do a reality check. We're growing, folks. We got a 6-lane highway just south of me that connect Interstate 45 to Interstate 35. We have a 10-lane interstate that's collecting I-45, I-35, and 67. 10-lane, and it's probably going to hook up with George Bush on either side of the thing. We're 25 minutes downtown Dallas if you go by ferries. And land prices here are probably 10 to 20% of what they would be in Frisco and up in north. And they've discovered this land down here. And it's inexpensive. The reason this area is good for data centers is because of the huge power lines going across it. And other things that Todd Fuller mentioned about the access. We've got 400 acres up there, and we could put as many 750 to 800 homes on it at a half acre pop. Now, there's 3 people in every home in Red Oak, 3.11. That's our average. That would put 2,500 people in those 400 acres. We have 2 cars per family in Red Oak. That would put 1,600 automobiles in those 400 acres. I don't think the quiet neighborhood with 800 new homes, 2,500 new people, and 1,600 new autos, plus the problem of the crime that would come from it. Data centers pose no environmental problems I can see. We got berms and landscaping and ponds and security, lots of security. And as far as a big of us knowing about this, the big making deals and things like this, I heard rumors about this 2 months ago. This is the first time tonight getting the thing that I've heard about it. So there is no collusion or anything else like this. So if I would know about it, I'm out in the area, and I'd heard about 2 new plants, 2 outfits coming out there 2 months ago. And I'll assure you, these councilmen have not heard anything about it. We're straight. We're right up. I've been associated with this city for 19 years. I'll be 25 years on early May next year. I have never received a cent from anything, and I do this particularly as volunteer work. And we are city councilman for 16,000 people, population of Red Oak. Not just for Steinbach, or not for just my area. So you have to look at the thing from a whole area. And frankly, this to me is a lot better than 800 homes, 2,500 people, and 1,600 new automobiles. That would just drive me batty. You think you got traffic now with data centers on Bachelor, Steinbach, you've seen nothing. Mr. Mayor, I rest my case.
Councilman, go ahead, Drake.
I would just like to add to what Councilman Goodwin just said. In addition to what he was explaining, this is a volunteer job. I've been on council 9 years. I've been a part of Red Oak. I've been living in the city for more than 20 years. I've seen the city develop, and I've had a voice in it. We've seen very little people come to our council meetings. But we do have people approach us, and we are here for you guys. We are here for our citizens. We are here to speak for you, and it's been an honor. But I will say this in our defense, we can't meet outside this place together. We can't even, 3 of us can't even have lunch together. We can't do that. That's law. So we can't discuss anything that's going on. We can't discuss anything that we're deciding. So we haven't decided anything until we get here. Because we can't see each other outside this place. We can't be friends and meet for lunch or anything. If 3 of us get together, that's illegal. So we can't do that. So we don't decide anything until we get here, and we all have our own individual statements that we see and we make when we're here on this council, on this bench. You know, and again, we are here for you guys, and we do weigh everything. We tell everybody, you know, with the decisions that we make, don't take our decisions for granted, because we weigh everything, and we do it for you guys. And that is honest truth for me.
Thank you, Councilman Drew. So one last question, Chief. Patrolling the data center, you don't have access to it except for around there, correct? Because that's gonna be self-security, probably, that you know of?
We do have access to properties to do it.
Okay.
We do it currently.
Okay.
Once they come completely online, we would have to check in the security stations. Just like anybody else. That was making a delivery would have to.
Okay. And if there were 800 homes, you'd have all that to patrol, correct?
Correct.
So how many more people?
If you use an antiquated methodology of 1 officer per 1,000 people, you would have to add an additional officer for roughly the number of homes that would be. But just as an aside, on our neighborhood patrols monthly, we average close patrols 71, and on neighborhood patrols, we average over 1,000 neighborhood patrols a month. That's every month. So that's what's documented in our report. So there would be no less coverage than there is currently. I mean, we currently patrol out there.
Yeah. Councilman Smith, did you have any questions?
Ask Tim, or is he done?
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Lightfoot.
I jumped in early. I got mine answered. I'll think if there's anything else that comes up, though, I'll reserve some time at the end.
Smith.
I've been here in this city for 39 years. Not too many more. There's a few of y'all been here longer than I have. Actually, I'm going on 43. I left for a couple of years for work. I've been in the government for 26 plus years, federal government. I was 3 years old when I moved to this town. There wasn't even a stop sign in this town. And Red Oak, when I moved here, I wasn't in the city. Now I'm just in the middle of it. So I was one of the first ones here, been here, grew up here. My kids are grown up here, lived here, still live here today. Parents still live in the same house I was born in. So I've been here, I'm invested in this city. Of course, I'm up here now, thanks to y'all. Now, these 3 gentlemen over here all said the same thing. There's a couple of y'all here tonight have been on the board. You know, we're not paid. We're volunteers. We're all volunteers up here. Like they said, we all just saw this tonight. I've got friends in that neighborhood that aren't here tonight that y'all knew a lot more than we did coming into this meeting tonight. The 15 or 20 emails I've had these last 2 days gone to my email. I'm sure the others have too, from most of y'all out here tonight. So as far as that, we know nothing but what y'all told us and what the gentleman the developers told us tonight. So. That's mine.
So Dr. Emma, would you clarify the votes that happened at P and Z and how that kind of played out and explain a little bit more on why there was only 4 members there?
Yes, so one seat is vacant, it's a 5 member group, so one seat is vacant, so there were 4 votes that were casted. And 2 alternates were there, but they only vote when someone is absent. So for the vote that someone mentioned that was cast 2-2, that request has been withdrawn for the comp plan amendment for this particular case. And for the zoning change request, that vote was cast 3-1.
In favor?
Yes.
Okay.
In favor.
All right. And maybe obvious to everybody, but it's not obvious to me, and here I am at mayor. How does a business come to the city and desire to want to come? Walk me through that. What transpires?
So if they're interested in a development, what they'll do is they'll schedule a development review committee meeting with.
Who's that?
So that consists of planning, engineering, public works, fire, police, water, fire department, and building inspections. And the applicant submits a conceptual plan and we give them feedback on how to make it better or what work or what would not work. And then after that, they make some changes and then they make a formal submittal.
Okay. So some of that can be like 3 years in development. Some of it could be a shorter period of time. Do you know specifically how this one kind of transpired?
The DRC meeting?
Yes.
That happened about 3 months ago.
Okay.
For this project, 3+ months ago.
All right. And so the feedback in general was?
Some changes to make. We obviously discussed about the comprehensive plan and we discussed about the benefits of having that encore easement on that right side, the future building of construction of Bachelor Road and how that would be needed with the development. We talked about improvements of Steinbach Road. And we'll also talk about that on the next data center request on how that would need to be realigned per our approved master thoroughfare plan. We talked about screening and yeah, that was pretty much. Oh, we also talked about detention for the area, which they addressed in their conceptual plan, but of course they're going to have to come back with their civil plans.
Don't shoot me. Was there any discussion of? Never mind. Tax breaks?
No, not yet.
Okay. So those of you who think that this has been a done deal and that there was tax breaks to be given during this process, that is not transpired. Okay. You know, y'all put that in your writing saying that there's tax breaks or whatever you want to say. That has not happened. All right. So yeah, it's going to be vote time here in just a second. So I want to thank everybody for getting up and speaking and putting their thoughts down on paper and or speaking, bringing in, and I will consider you an expert because 18 years in development of that. You know, I have some land and I'm building a house that has turbines around there. Well, there wasn't any turbines around there. And now I don't hear the turbines. And I think the turbines probably produce more decibels than what this thing would do. And it's white noise to me, but you know, it doesn't interfere with wildlife. We'll see deer, we'll see hawks, we'll see coyotes. So I just put that in because that's the way it is. So I'll entertain a motion to approve ordinance number 23-047.
So moved.
Okay, that's Councilman Goodwin. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilman Drake. Those in favor of that?
Just some quick on readiness.
Oh, I'm sorry.
about the trees instead of the wall. Is that something that need to be read into a motion, or would that go?
I was gonna ask a similar question. This is just the zoning change, right? We're not even talking about the development plan, right?
Right.
No designs or nothing.
So this is the conceptual plan, and they are going to come back with a development plan, with the development regulations, but you can in your motion put that it has to be a 6 foot tall,
Solid,
yeah,
evergreen,
evergreen
year-round.
shrub, and it has to be opaque year round. But even if it's not put in, it's still gonna be addressed on a development plan, but you can put it in.
And that option is already within the text.
Right.
Yeah. So if you want to put it in there just to say no brick wall, then you can say no brick wall and we'll take that piece out of it. But otherwise, we have the options to do the other ones already.
So before we go, and I apologize,
Mhm.
do you know the distance between that true brick wall and the road? That's on the western side of that 65 acres that's not developed, that's not gonna be touched.
This is
know-
between, which brick wall?
The
Midway.
one on the west side of
State, Bachelor.
63 acres they took off.
So right about where the numbers are, 1393 years, I'm sorry.
This one?
No,
Like right here?
in the development.
to the north.
To the north and to the left underneath. Yep, down, to left. Maybe I'm not even, is that the right, is that
Do you-
even the right property?
Can you pull up the site plan?
Sure.
Yeah,
There's another one that had the map, had two
So-
orange arrows.
Well, that was in there.
That was theirs.
All right, in theirs, but go down a little bit.
it says proposed screening per PD agreement. Do you know what that distance is from that to the road?
No, not there. It's just gonna be up to the north. So right there where it says proposed screening.
To the left, up,
right
to the
there.
left.
Yeah,
right
right there, that
Okay.
line to the road.
You know what that distance of
Oh,
that
from
green
here to
space?
here?
No, there to Bachelor.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, well, that's gonna be.
Thank you.
There.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can see the 80-foot measurement right there, Mayor.
So it's yeah, about the same.
All right, thank you. All right, entertain,
So there's a
so,
motion on the floor. Do we need to amend that motion, or
Yeah.
we good, sir?
Councilman Goodwin, do you want to change that based on
To no wall, right?
to no wall and just solid green,
Berm and green,
trees and,
based on PD, as we come back.
yeah, okay.
No wall.
Are you okay with that, Councilman Drake?
I'm okay.
Okay, so we have a approval and a second. Now I entertain a vote, please.
Franklin, aye.
Goodwin, I.
Drake, aye.
Lightfoot, aye.
Smith, no.
All right,
Knew that was.
that passes 4-1. That's a majority. Yeah, okay. All right. Item four. All right. Okay. Item 14. Conduct a public hearing and consider approval of ordinance number 23-048, City of Red Oak, Texas, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and map of the City of Red Oak, Texas, as heretofore amended by granting a change in zoning from single-family ranchette RAE to Plan Development 162 for the development of a data center complex and associated uses on the site identified with property identification numbers 18-1399, 192393, 181352, 192380, and described as tracts of the land in the R Crow Survey abstract number 199, WM Winford Survey abstract number 1145, NR Winifred Survey abstract number 1140 and the J. Evans Survey, abstract number 1344, City of Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas, as depicted in Exhibit A, which is attached here to and incorporated herein, and providing concept plan, planned development regulations, Exhibits B and C respectively, which are attached hereto and incorporated herein, providing a repealing clause, providing a severability clause, providing a savings clause, providing a penalty of fine not to exceed the sum of $2,000 for each offense, and providing an effective date. And this is P and Z ZC 23-31 requested by Michael Westfall. Dr. Emma.
Mayor and Council, this is a request for a data center conceptual plan. They will have to come back and submit a detailed site plan, landscape plan, and elevation plan. And this site is just east of the one that we just reviewed. It's just east of the Encore easement that divides the data bank and the proposed data bank and this site. This site proposes, it's going to be about 121.64 acres. And for the screening, they're proposing a minimum 2-foot tall berm with either, and they have, this one is made with the options of having a 4-foot high decorative metal fence, black vinyl coated chain link fence, or a brick wall on top of that 2-foot berm. That's currently what's in there right now. And if there's going to be any sort of security mesh fencing, it has to be within 100 feet of the property so that it's not just right up along the property line. It's also going to require 1 3-inch caliper tree per 40 linear feet along the any road frontages and along any residentially zoned property, which is the one to the east here. What did come up at the Planning and Zoning Commission, their recommendations were similar to that of the last request. The Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend that the maximum DBA be brought down to 70 at the property lines, and that construction work hours be limited from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and that the maximum allowed height of the building be limited to 70 feet, with appurtenances and mechanical equipment being allowed up to 40 feet in height. And the 2 major access points will be from Loop 9. This property does have direct access to Loop 9. And for our master thoroughfare plan did call out, it does call out Steinbach to be a 65-foot collector. Currently, it has this very hard S-shaped road thoroughfare here. And our master thoroughfare plan calls for it to be smooth out here, going through here. So the city will enter a development agreement, and the property owner will be, or the developer will be responsible for this portion of the reconstruction and alignment of Steinbach Road, making it a softer turn rather than that hard S turn.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Hey, Chief, I wanted to ask you, Chief Planton, what's the reach of our fire engines? Yes. 107. So is that, and I guess all these things are gonna have sprinkler.
Yes, sir. It have
units
fire
and stuff.
protection inside the building to help contain those fire. Very preliminary stages.
And then both of these ones will be getting water from Rocket, I assume, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so they have to be able to provide that flow to be able
Yes,
to
sir.
sprinkle.
There's several options that they have. They can use on-site water tanks that can hold the amount of fire flow that's needed for that building. Obviously, that's going to be, plans come out. They'll get with fire engineers and determine the amount of water that they need on-site to store. And then we'll have a fire pump tied to the fire sprinklers and within the building to be able to pump that water in.
Thank you.
It's very similar to what the Oaks did years ago before that water line was put in around the Oaks. They had water tanks, fire pumps there as well.
Okay. Okay, so this is a public hearing and the time is 10:05. I'll open this public hearing. Gina Lynn. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Westfall, you wanna speak on this?
This is a different development.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh.
I apologize.
Good evening. My name is Michael Westfall, 1719 Angel Parkway, Allen, Texas. I'm the civil engineer and applicant for this case. We've heard a lot. I'm here just to answer any questions if they come up during discussions.
Is there, let's see, Gina Lynn Evans?
It looks like we're looking at the same thing again, but I can just tell you that from the people I talk to, they're against it. And, we hear, oh, it's growing. Okay. Well, that's not a good excuse. I'm sorry. I've been here all my life. I'm not here all my life, but in this area all my life, whether you talk about Dallas, because Carter's right over there. Oh, it's growing. Okay. So I don't know what you're talking about. There's plenty of other options for them to build. They can go somewhere else instead of a residential area. That's the whole point. This doesn't belong in a residential area. And you're telling us that it's fine and dandy. Well, fine and dandy, let them build it in front of your house. Or why don't you, all of you who are voting for it, why don't you come offer money for our homes? You can move there and live there. That's what I would like to see. And the people that were here who came up the first time and talked about it, I want to know, do you live in front of one? I mean, you're all big talking about it, how great and wonderful it is. Look, it's so pretty. Well, I want to know where they live, and I want to know where y'all live. What do you live across from? And if you want it, then I've got a house I can sell you. It's a very lovely lot, okay? So, I've lived here and I've dealt with the flooding because I live on the creek also. And the city's never done anything. You haven't helped one little bit about the flooding, nothing. Just, get your boat out and let's go. Because, and you've done nothing about the ditches because we're supposed to do all that. Well, the normal people don't have anything that can dig a ditch. I don't know. I'm 64. I can't see me out there digging a ditch. I can try, but I don't think I'd get very far. So it's just disappointing that all these people, they just left and went home because you passed the first one. Well, I'm still against it. And most of the neighborhood, all of them, I only know he's for it, obviously. And then one other guy who's on some kind of, I saw him, the old ex-mayor, he's on some kind of development thing too. And there's no way that that you just know about this. One lady said, well, we just found out about it Friday. Well, really, if it's that short of time, man, it's amazing what kind of stuff they can create in that short of time. Whoa. So I don't believe that for 1 minute that nobody's known about it. This has taken a lot of planning. That's like you saying, well, I didn't know I was going to build a house and I just built it in 3 months, Baloney. That is not true. Okay. Because if so, you should not vote tonight. If that's really, you just found out about it, then how dare you vote tonight when you don't even know what you're talking about? Go and look them up online, listen to them. Okay. I've done that the last. You look online, there's one for 7 months and one for 5 months. And the people, the residents are going crazy because of the noise. It's a constant. If a dog can hear something I can't hear, what do you think that's going to do to the wildlife? We didn't even touch on that. So it's appalling to me that you're sitting there acting all innocent, like you know nothing, but you voted on it. That makes no sense to me. I would never do that.
Stacy Atkins.
This is about.
Stacy Atkins, 1629 Steinbach. The one of the concerns that I have for both data centers and 14 as well is the flood control. That's something that we have to be very careful with. And when you go down the S curve y'all are talking about straightening out, when it rains a significant amount, have you ever driven through the S curve? It's pretty amazing how much water is coming across right there. What I worry about and what a lot of people do, I mean, we're literally at the bottom of the drain down there where a lot of things are running right to us. And that's our big concern is the water going to be diverted enough? Storage tanks, you talk about storing that, like holding that water and then releasing it slowly. Is it going to be able to handle a 12.5, 13-inch rain? That's a concern. I know they talked about it handling a 3-inch rain or a 4-inch rain. That's what they were talking about before. That's the main thing that concerns us, is because if something is done wrong, if there's one small mistake done on that creek bed somewhere where there's a little bit of backup, it's literally on our back porch, and it's in our garage. And we have to come up with alternatives to protect our homes from flooding. That costs money. The last time we had a rain, I got my flood stuff out. It cost me $750. It's a one-time use. Now I'm gonna buy some other stuff that's reusable. But that's the stuff that we deal with there. And that's the concern that I have, is that runoff. Is it going to, I just know how much that water, I know how scary it can get. And I would just like to keep that out of my house. The bar ditches, things like that, the runoff, it just seems like there needs to be a little bit more, not just right there, but maybe down the road and in those bar ditches. That's all. That's what I'm concerned about. Thank you.
Mr. Westfall, you're a civil engineer or a mechanical or a plan developer. What are you?
Civil engineer.
All right, please come up and state what the laws are.
It's perfect.
For you designing something that doesn't cause harm down someone else.
Very good. Yes, so I'll start by saying we have not designed this site yet.
Okay.
But the state requirements and the city of Red Oak requirements in the drainage manual state that we have to evaluate the existing drainage and determine how much water is going through the property and past the property. And then we have to evaluate the drainage after it's developed. We use the calculations to determine the difference in those two numbers, and we have to detain back to at least the existing drainage. So we are not allowed to increase the peak flows during a 100-year storm event.
Okay, so it's 100 years.
It is a 100-year storm event, yes.
Okay. So if the studies show that this thing floods every time with a 1/2 inch, and you're having to calculate it for a 100-year flood,
yes,
that's a lot of retention.
Yes.
To slow that, right?
So to clarify, the new development doesn't fix existing drainage problems.
Okay.
And a lot of the properties south of Steinbach Road are in a 100-year floodplain.
Okay.
And so when I hear that they're flooding, that makes sense because I see on the maps they're in a floodplain. So this project is not allowed to increase that floodplain.
Okay.
But it isn't going to fix issues that are currently there.
But it can't make it worse.
But it's not allowed to make it worse, correct?
Okay. How do you evaluate that though? How do you
So
not
there's
make
lots
it
of,
worse?
the city's drainage manual spells out exactly how to evaluate the site before you put any development on there, using probably the rational method. There's other methods we can use, but we evaluate how much rainfall will run off from the property and where does that rainfall go. And then when we put our proposed site plan on there, it changes the values of these numbers and formulas. And when you pave something, you're going to have more water running off because there's less area for the water to soak into the ground. So you're required to capture that water. In this case, it'll be with ponds, and you're required to hold it back and release it at a slower rate than it's getting to the pond through a control structure.
So in retention and detention, explain that to us.
Okay, so with ponds, you can have a pond that's always wet, or you can have a pond that is dry unless it is raining. There's benefits of both. A dry pond, you usually get, it's a little bit, less maintenance, but it's less aesthetic than a wet pond. If you have a wet pond, you can have fountains, you can have different things and fish, that help with mosquitoes. The fountains help with the aeration of the water, so it doesn't grow algae. Wet ponds actually can hold more water because it's a flat surface that can have more storage. This area will probably be a mixture of both, because there is going to be a lot of storage needed because it's a big site. But it'll be
And probably multiple small ones, I assume.
yes, because well, in this particular case, almost all the water runs to a single point, which is at Steinbach Road. And so there could be multiple ponds, but there will be likely the biggest one closest to Steinbach.
All right, thanks. I diverge. Because you brought that up, I wanted you to hear from the engineer that's who has a team that's gonna be working on this piece of property. So.
I don't know if that's impossible. FEMA is very strict on that.
So, I'm sorry?
FEMA is strict on that. I don't know when she purchased it, but
Yeah, so,
if it's a floodplain, it's a floodplain.
so you're an expert in that type of, you can say that FEMA also expands based on.
Expands and retracts.
Yeah, so FEMA maps do change every so often when they do additional, they have additional information. And those maps do change periodically, not very often, but they do get updated. And so currently there is floodplain there. That may have been less or more as they get better technology and more topography. They're able to refine those maps to make them more accurate.
Okay. And not knowing where you live, ma'am, I don't know how many houses are upstream from you. But that's something that you have to take into account too. Stuff that's upstream coming into your property and then also with what's going downstream, correct? In your calculations.
That's correct. Yeah, not only do we have to limit the flow, we have to make sure we know where it's going and we have design calculations for the individual points where water is leaving the property.
Respectfully, the mayor is really trying to explain in depth of how this is trying to allegedly going to be developed, but we have to move on. We're going back and forth and it's called an argument and we're not here to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Yeah, let's go. So I have, all right, you may be, I'm looking for Cameron again to speak. Cameron? Again, you may have left. Okay. Angelique? She left. Okay. Anne? State your last name. I apologize.
I'm Ann Zimbrick, and I own and live at the properties of 1739 and 1741 Steinbach Road, directly across the street from where this will be. We purchased the property and moved to Red Oak 32 years ago. I'm respectfully requesting that you honor and uphold the original agreement. I know you're not going to. I had my speech prepared before I saw what y'all just did, so it really doesn't pertain anymore because I know you're not listening to what we're saying. So I'm just going to speak, I guess, mainly about what absolutely affects me. And there were plans presented at the P&Z meeting to straighten out the S-curve on Steinbach Road that runs along the west and north sides of my property. I was never approached or contacted with these plans that they're showing here. I did talk with the CEO of Gigabit Fiber, Tom Spackman, about the possible purchase of a small corner of the front of my front pasture, which, by the way, on the slide shows it's a vacant lot. It's not a vacant lot. That's my pasture. That's my property. It's not just a vacant lot. It was presented at the meeting as a much larger area than just a small corner. Apparently, some of my neighbors have been approached and or called by Gigabit Fiber and also by a city council member in regards to my property, and I feel that's an inappropriate way to handle the matter. I do not appreciate discussions being held by my neighbors or with my neighbors regarding what I do or don't do with my property. If the proposed zone change is approved, I will at that time speak with Mr. Spackman, who I understand he told me that he would be in charge of doing the road. And he and I can try to come to a mutual agreement that would be okay with me for my property. All of that being said, I again respectfully request that you do not do this, but I just saw that you just did and you're going to. I don't quite understand that 20 years ago when we came to the city council and spoke with them and we worked with then Mayor Todd Little and the city council to zone the area Ranchette Estates 1 acre lots so that we could stay in a residential area. I don't understand when we did that and we voluntarily annexed in so that we would be given that. And protected, our properties protected, how that's just taken away. But most of all, I don't appreciate that. That someone just decided to take the front of my property. It's not okay. And maybe this is just an idea, but that's not at all what I was talked to about. And I don't agree with it. And it's not okay. It's not an eminent domain area. There's not a reason to not come from a little bit further over and not take so much of my property, but somebody could at least talk to me. And really, y'all should have talked to all the people out there and you should have listened to all the people that were here talking to you today. And you didn't. You don't care about us, but I'm just asking you, don't do it, but I know you're going to. Thank you.
Thank you. Emma, is there a photo up there or something? Is that what she's pointing to? Okay. Because we didn't have that on here, so, we didn't know what you're pointing at. Yeah, I got it now. Okay. Right. Valerie Evans.
Well, Valerie Evans, 1628 Stainback Road. Like Ann, this is probably just a waste of my time, which has the last week been a waste of my time. Mr. Drake, you asked why we don't come to city council meetings. Well, this is what it said on Facebook, and I was naive to think that that was not true. Nothing we say matters. That's why we don't come to city council meetings. No board members, except maybe Mr. Smith, gives a damn about us. It's all about the money. That's all I know to say. It's tragic. I know that our neighbors have already decided they're moving because Red Oak is not a good place to live anymore.
Mr. Flannery.
John Flannery, 1631 Stainback Road, Red Oak, Texas. You heard my rank. I'm a veteran. That day's over. It's not a done deal. I mean, it seems like this is going to be a gain of foothold that's going to move across the entire area. And you can just imagine all these pastures are going to go away. Sir, I'm very sorry that I've never been to a council meeting. I have 2 businesses and I volunteer with Marine Gunner Association. It's a veterans nonprofit. I will be here. All of you have my attention now. I will be here. If you need me to volunteer and come and sit on these things, my number is 910-467-7078. I am, as you can see, I'll stand up and say what's on my mind. and I'll fight for this town. I'll be here because I'm not going to allow my home to be turned into an industrial park. And you have not heard me make one accusation to one of you about money. I have no idea how much money you make or what you make or why you do it. That's for you. I can tell you this, that I would not vote the same way. I just see this as not a benefit. And I disagree with you, sir, respectfully. You take those, however you split it up, those houses, you put homes on those, you put people that are going to shop at Brookshire's, and they're going to get gas at the local gas station down Pratt. And that's a lot more to me. And I believe those numbers turn into more police officers, more money for police officers, more money for fire to get more jobs and more good people living in Red Oak, Texas. And that's what I believe that we should go towards, instead of this thing where we're going to put this insignificant property in Red Oak. It's not going to be that bad. It's pretty. There's pictures on the wall of it, and it's going to be great for you. I don't believe that's the way. I believe a better way would be to bring people to this community that care about this community and want to be here and love it. I came here after serving for 25 years in Marine Corps and came to a property. I own 2 acres. I grew up in an apartment in Fort Worth, Texas. I grew up in aunts and uncles' properties, other people's homes. I married a woman. I came to Red Oak, Texas, because I wanted a chance to live in the country. I wanted to see green grass and hear those owls and those coyotes killing things down the creek. You got my number. I'm here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right, I'm not moving.
So, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I apologize. I was gonna say, we tried to pull through, and please come up and restate your name and your address.
It's been a long night, long day. I'm tired. I'm ready to go home. My morning starts early. Dealing with mental health, real crisis. That's what I do. I also do a lot of assessments. I assess behavior and people's motives. That's what I get paid for, to assess people's motives. But I'm Monique Foster. I bought this property with the intent to retire, which I am doing so now, and working part-time in my practice. But 7 years ago, I'm not new to this area. 20 years ago, that industrial plant, Todd Little, I feel kind of insulted tonight. But 20 years ago, I had a little more respect. I felt like I had a little more respect. And I felt like they really listened, to the point that they voted no. They voted with common sense principles that I wouldn't want to have this. So why would I put this on my brother or my sister? That's the kind of heart we had in this town. We had people who had moral compass, who had values. When I see a company like this, and that Mohill in Ferris, Texas, you asked about me. I fought against that. You're talking about EAP and what a Robert Hager. I'm pretty sure once he look at this face, I'm a little older now, but I'm pretty sure once he know about Linda Sorrells and lawsuits that was filed, that doesn't mean it's not coming. You are making a premature decision off of hypothetical concepts. You don't understand what runoffs are. You don't understand buffers and burners don't keep the noise from the people. They say 0.70 is conversation decimal. We know those jet screens, those diesel engines does not sound like conversation. Let's not fool ourselves. Let's be honest. Take a look at the man in the mirror. You got to look at your own conscience, make your own decision. This particular property, I'm speaking with passion right now because my property is right on the corner. It is 4 acres and I will be looking dead at it. And yes, I do plan on building a 40-yard football field for my grandson and a basketball court on my property. That's my property. Give me liberty, give me death. I should have the freedom not to be next to a data center Look, he's sitting there very smokily. You know why? Because he already have y'all in the palm of his hands. He doesn't have to explain anything to me because he got you. I know he does. He knows he has. The owners, the developers, the architects, they know they have you on their side. Just like the city of Ferris did with waste management. But guess what? Waste management had to pay, and the citizens, the city had to pay. And Red Oak, if you want to go down that road, you too will have to.
So was there anybody else that I might have missed in this?
Mine was kind of complicated.
That's fine. Come on up.
The only thing that I really kind of wanted to just emphasize, zoning commission, I thought, listened and tried to bring down the numbers of the DBA at the fence line. They say there's not a whole lot of information from data centers, but there actually is. As I mentioned, the TIA for data centers, the national organization for data centers, they actually have a standard, which is 55. EPA has a standard, 55 daytime, 45 nighttime. There's also a national average, which you can Google, which is odd enough, that is 55 to 60 decibels. No data center, even in industrial parks, have a borderline DBA of 70. So I think even the engineers have told us that there's a 53, they can make 53 at the gate. We need to hold them to that. I think that would alleviate a lot of problems. If you can get the noise down to below 60, 55 or 60, I don't know how it affects the earlier vote. I'm not familiar with this, so I don't know. But I don't know if you still have the opportunity to change that. But there are standards. The issue that I had when the zoning commission did it, I didn't know. I had no idea what was going on. I looked it up in between. So 70 is still too high. 70 is not a normal conversation. 52 is a normal conversation. 70 is a lawnmower. So if you want a lawnmower in your bedroom all 24 hours a day, that's a whole nother thing. But I think if we're really going to go forward with this, we need to take full advantage of what science is there, and we need to drop those decibel levels out to 55 at the gate. They can do it. They've already told you they can do it. They told you at zoning they can do it. They told you here they can do it. 53 decibels, wide open throttle, you know. And so that's just, you know, if we're going to do this, let's protect the people as best we can. The technology's there. They don't need 70. You know, my thought process on this would be same as the TIA and the EPA, 55 during the day, 45 at night, 70 during construction. I think that's we have to live with it. I think that's the best thing to do. Follow the science that's already available. Thank you.
So, Dr. Emma, did you hear numbers like that?
Yeah, that's what
P and Z?
That was my thing. Go ahead. Those numbers been confirmed.
So they said they did some preliminary modeling and said that they could bring it down to, I believe it was 60 something dBA that they mentioned. So the P&Z recommended that it be brought down to that, to 70. Mm-hmm.
That'll all be done in the development.
So yeah, during the development plan, the PD regulations opens up again. So it can actually be further.
So they can come back here and say, we want whatever the lights, whatever the fencing, that's when all that will be done.
Again.
So they need to come back at that time and tell us what they would.
Actually, yeah, with more modern.
These are conceptual plans, but not set in stone that we kind of looked at.
Yeah, it was all preliminary modeling.
Yeah, so
Yes.
it could change, but it can't get worse.
Right.
So, but we can put, or you, I guess, because it'll come to you, and then it'll have to come back to us, right?
Correct. Well, yeah, we'll go through the same process.
So we go through that same process, so
That-
then we can make it more stringent?
Restrictive, yes.
The bigger pond, something like that, bigger fences, better fences.
Well, we're not gonna be guessing the engineers.
Right.
No, but we can ask them for whatever type of the fencing Mr. Goodwin was asking for earlier.
Right, okay.
Not the brick, that certain,
Okay,
that type of stuff comes back later.
okay. Did I miss anybody? Thank you. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. Just if you'll come forward and state your name and your address.
I'm Alice Selman at 155 Tom Drive Road.
Okay.
I'm
Tom.
Tom Drive.
David?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So if you're going to vote to rezone that whole stretch from Bachelor to Nokomis, is that correct? Or is it just the data center properties?
The data center here.
Yeah, just the data set.
Because earlier I read somewhere that it was all the way to Nokomis.
Can you pull it up on
Oh.
the map so we can verify that?
Was that the future land use?
Future land use plan already has that. All the
It's
way
gonna
to
be-
Nokomis, and past Nokomis, the zoning does not go to Nokomis.
It's gonna be this one, this property, and that property.
It's the current. Nokomis is way down here,
Yeah, it doesn't go down there, it just
but
stops.
future, what is that future use? Oh, that's already been changed?
So
The comprehensive plan is already
been adopted in
established.
2022
Yeah.
And,
through
but we
recommendation.
didn't have to be notified?
It didn't change zoning, it was just use plan.
Right, so,
What does that mean?
Notices.
If
so
it's-
there would have been public notices, but they wouldn't have gone out to specific property owners. They would go out in newspapers and those types of things because it's zoning. The future land use plans for the entire city.
Entire
It's
city.
not for a specific area. So when you go through and you amend the future land use plan as part of the comprehensive zoning process, that is a citywide, what it can be zoned in the future. So that's what they're doing now on these particular properties right here, is that future land use plan has already been approved. Now they're just coming back to zone within that. So if somebody wants to come and develop something all the way down to Nokomis, they would have to come back through and go through this same process as well.
So anybody can come in from after this data center and then that data center, then there could be like 50 more data centers or warehouses or anything?
According to the future land use plan, then they could. Now they'd still have to go through the same process.
Well, please don't put warehouses and awful things.
Uh, Understand?
Thank you, ma'am.
So you said that was approved last year?
2021, 2022.
Yeah.
And they didn't send notices out?
They don't send them to individual property
I know they don't
owners,
send it to individual-
but they put it in the paper and the public hearings and
You
those
don't
types of
remember
things.
what month?
I don't remember. all
Okay, I can get that with you to see when it was, would it have been published in Ellis County or Walton today?
I like Dallas.
Down.
No, it probably been more century.
But also.
It's Waxahachie Daily Light.
Published on the website?
All right.
Yeah, it would have been on.
Was there anybody else to speak?
I'm sorry, it was also published on the website as well. Red Oak.
So
Oh, yeah, I know the city website, but I'm talking about the meet public notice requirement.
Yeah, public notices would have gone in the Waxahachie Daily Light.
the time is 10:39 and I'll close this public hearing. Councilman Smith,
Second,
Councilman Drake, those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Drake, aye.
Lightfoot, aye.
Smith, aye.
All right, that passes 5-0. Council, is there any questions that need to be asked?
I guess my only question would be, Mr. Mayor, the landowner, is this another private landowner
It is,
selling to a willing buyer?
yes.
Okay.
And these landowners have property rights too.
Councilman Lightfoot, was there any questions that you had?
No, I don't have anything specific on this one.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve ordinance number 23-048.
So moved.
Councilman Goodwin,
Second.
Councilman, Franklin. Those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Goodwin, aye.
Drake, aye.
Lightfoot, aye.
Smith, no.
That passes 4-1. Item 15, conduct a public hearing and consider approval of ordinance number 23-006, the city of Red Oak, Texas, providing for voluntary annexation. Hey, Bob, is this one that is this that one? Are all the kinks worked out?
Yes, that's and your next agenda item takes that up.
All right, so we're approving this one. We're
Well,
so
our
we have to
agreement
close
is
the
if
public hearing?
let me finish. If what I would do is take them out of order and do 16 first. If you pass it, there's no need to do 15.
Okay. Okay, item 16, consider adoption of resolution number 23-106R, the city of Red Oak, City Council of City of Red Oak, Texas, approving the terms and conditions of the development agreement by and between the city of Red Oak and CTMGT Bear Creek LLC, which is attached here to and incorporated herein as Exhibit A, authorizing the city manager to execute the appropriate documents and providing an effective date.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, as you know, item 15 was a result of a annexation agreement that was previously entered into with the city and the property owner in, I believe it was 2011. This property is now being sought to be annexed into and is part of the Lancaster MUD. And as a result of that, we sought to annex it under the annexation agreement when it was developed. And you know, we've been carrying this item on the agenda for some time. The property is currently in our ETJ. As a result of our negotiations, item 16 is the development agreement where the developer and the city have agreed to the development standards of the city, and there would be no need to annex the property in that we have a contractual requirement that they comply with our zoning regulations as negotiated by our city engineer, Ben Hartman, and planning staff.
Okay. You need to add anything. So, I mean, it's more to our standard. It can't be small and whatever. I'm trying to buy some time. I think we have the councilman go to the restroom. And it took a long time to kind of get to this point, so we're excited, but they have to make things look a lot better. Decorative doors, there's the standard.
Yeah, they met all of what our traditional standards would be for the size of lots and homes that would be eligible to go into this development. And there are various development standards, regulations, and exhibits which are attached to the development agreement that we normally see in what we would call PD zoning, residential zoning, including everything from mailbox kiosks to house size, configuration of the garages, as well as the masonry requirement and lot layout and infrastructure improvements.
that phase 9, is that the flood? That's the retention pond?
Phase 9 is the part across the creek, which probably won't ever be developed just because of the financial feasibility.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions on this? All right, entertain a motion to approve 23-106R. So that's Councilman Drake, second Councilman Smith. Those in favor?
Franklin abstain. I have no clue what I'm voting on.
Good one, aye.
Drake, aye.
Lightfoot, aye.
Smith, aye.
I was gonna raise something, so I didn't vote.
Okay, so that passes 4-0 with one potty break.
As a result of that,
Do anything with 15, correct?
yes, we withdraw 15 on the voluntary annexation under the agreement.
All right, item 17, conduct a public hearing and consider approval of ordinance number 23-049 in the city of Red Oak, Texas, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and map of the city of Red Oak, Texas, as heretofore amended by granting the change in zoning from Plan Development 85 revised to PD 85R2 to Plan Development 85 revised 3 PD 85R3 to allow for construction of an approximately 1,176 square foot accessory structure for a garage / pool house on the property described as Lot 10, Block B of Cole Manor Addition, located on 218 Stone Gateway, City of Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas, as depicted in Exhibit A attached hereto and incorporated herein, providing development plans and elevation plans, Exhibit B through C respectively attached hereto and incorporated herein, providing a repealing clause, providing a severability clause, providing a savings clause, providing a penalty of fine not to exceed the sum of $2,000 for each offense, and providing an effective date. And this is ZC 23-36 requested by Kimberly Gadsden Brown. Dr. Emma.
Mayor and council, the applicant is requesting to construct a 1,176 square foot accessory structure on the site. Our zoning ordinance does require that if accessory structure be over 650 square feet, a specific use permit be applied for. The accessory structure will be composed of a 2-car garage, a changing room, and a restroom. As shown on the plans. Right now, this is the existing residence and the existing concrete slab, and they're proposing to add a drive extension with the proposed accessory structure at the back here. The homeowner has submitted the plans to their homeowners association, and they are okay with it, with the plans. The property's base zoning district of residential estate allows a maximum lot coverage of 60%. And with the primary structure and the accessory structure, the lot coverage will be 15% of the lot. The proposed structure will be located towards the rear of the lot as shown on the plans, and it meets all of the side setbacks. And this is the elevation of it, and it will be built with the same material of the primary structure with stone and brick and painted to match the exterior of the home.
All right.
And Planning and Zoning Commission recommending approval.
Okay. So this is a public hearing. The time is 10:49. Assume Ms. Taylor. I said that wrong, didn't I? I apologize. I apologize.
That's okay. I'm Galen Tucker with Lone Star Backyards and Buildings, and I live at 739 Westmoreland, and I'm here to represent Ms. Kimberly Gadsden Brown. And if you have any questions, I'll be the person that answers.
Okay.
Thank you.
And they already got approval from the HOA stuff. Okay. Council, is there any questions? All right.
I do have one quick question. This wall that's closest to the property line, that will be fire rated, the one with no openings. Cause you're abutting that property line by a foot, it looks like. Is it 5 feet? Okay, I thought I was 5 foot. Okay,
The fence is right next to it.
I thought I saw something. Okay, thank you.
Entertain the motion at 10:50 to close this public hearing.
So move.
Second.
That was Goodwin
And
and, Franklin. Which one was which first? You were first, Frank. Okay. Goodwin and then Franklin.
Age before we.
Those in favor?
Franklin, I.
No rest. All right.
Drake, I.
Lightfoot, aye.
Smith, aye.
That passes 5-0. Council, do you need any more information to be able to approve ordinance number 23-049?
No, sir.
No, sir.
All right, entertain that motion.
So moved.
Second.
And that's Councilman Smith and then Franklin. Those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Good one, I.
I'm sorry. Whoa, what?
I think it was you were second, I don't know.
Franklin and Drake.
It don't matter.
Uh,
It don't matter.
I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I know.
So Drake, you went first then?
Yeah, give it to him.
Okay. And then Franklin, you were second? Close enough?
Yes.
Okay. Those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Good one, I.
Drake, I.
Lightfoot, aye.
Smith, aye.
That passes 5-0. Thank you all. Sorry. Thank you.
You need a map.
Item 18, conduct a public hearing, consider approval of ordinance number 23-050, the city of Red Oak, Texas, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and map of the city of Red Oak, Texas, as heretofore amended by granting a change in zoning from plan development 113 PD 113 to plan development 113 revised PD 113R to amend this rear setback requirement of lot 1, block J of the Creek Bend addition to reduce the said setback from 20 feet to 15 feet on real property located at 218 Village Drive, City of Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas, as provided in Exhibit A attached hereto and incorporated herein, providing elevation and floor plans on Exhibit B and C respectively, which are attached hereto and incorporated herein, providing a repealing clause, providing a severability clause, providing a savings clause, providing a penalty of fine not to exceed the sum of $2,000 for each offense, and providing an effective date. This is ZC 23-37 requested by CZ Creek Bend 2 LLC. Dr. Emma.
Mayor and Council, this is a request to reduce the rear setback on the approved plan development. And this is for PD 113 Creek Bend Phase 2. The current rear setback requirement is 20 feet, but due to the lot shape, there is a drainage easement and a creek behind it, which made it have this sort of diagonal shape at the rear. So as you can see here, it cuts off what would have been the 20-foot setback. It only allows for a 15-foot, 7-inch setback. And the minimum living area is 2,000 square feet. So they're limited in how they can rearrange the living area of the lot. So they're requesting that only this lot be allowed to have a minimum 15-foot rear setback. And
Okay,
and the Planning and Zone Commission recommended approval.
so that pad cover is 1576 and the minimum is 2,000 square feet. How do they add that up?
The pad area.
A two-story house.
Oh, yeah, it's 2-story.
Yeah, it's 2 stories.
Well, then you don't count that?
No, it's first floor. First floor.
First floor.
Is it first floor?
So everything is 2,035 square feet.
week to do. All right, open the public hearing at 10:55. Anyone that's speaking on this? Entertain a motion to close it at 56.
So move.
Second.
Franklin, I got that one. Goodwin. Those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Aye.
Drake, I.
Lightfoot, aye.
Smith, aye.
Closes and passes 5-0. Council, do you have any questions?
Yes, where does the city stand with a Board of Adjustments? I think this is the case that should go before the Board of Adjustments versus P and Z.
If it were a straight zoning district, it would go through a board of adjustments. With it being a planned development, then typically that would be a planned development.
Okay, thank you.
Not so bad. Entertain a motion. Any other questions?
No.
Done.
Entertain the motion to approve ordinance 23-050.
So moved.
Councilman Drake,
Second.
Councilman Smith, those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Goodwin, aye.
Drake, I.
Lightfoot, aye.
Smith, aye.
Passes 5-0. Item 19, conduct a public hearing and consider approval of ordinance number 23-051, the city of Red Oak, Texas, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and map the city of Red Oak, Texas as heretofore amended by granting a change in zoning from commercial 1 C1 to plan development 165 PD 165 for a reduction in landscaping, parking, and allow for appropriate uses on the property located at 109 North Main Street, City of Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas, as provided in Exhibit A, which is attached here to and incorporated herein, providing for a development plan, landscape plan, plan development regulations, and use plan, Exhibit B through E respectively, attached here to and incorporated herein, providing a repealing clause, providing a severability clause, providing a savings clause, providing a penalty of fine not to exceed the sum of $2,000 for each offense, and providing an effective date. This is ZC 2338, requested by Jason Salamone. Dr. Emma.
Mayor and council, there's a new proposed owner on the site. Anytime there's a change in ownership, staff looks at parking and landscaping. This site is in our downtown area and was built over 70 years ago, so you're not able to meet the minimum parking and the landscaping requirement. So the applicant and staff has worked together to add additional landscaping to the site. As you can see, they've actually already planted 3 trees along Methodist in order to come as close as possible to meeting the landscaping ordinance. They are also going to be, for the exterior improvements, be adding metal awning to the windows. Currently, that is not there. But within 18 months, add metal awnings to the windows just to improve the exterior look.
Okay.
And they are also proposing to add shrubbery on the corner of the site, stripe all of the parking spaces. And right now, the site is required to have 5 parking spaces, and they're asking to use the on-street parking space, which the site has already used, to count that, for that to be attributed to their minimum parking requirement. Currently, it is an embroidery shop and a barber shop in there, but they've also changed the land use so that it's more suitable to a downtown area.
Okay. This too is a public hearing, so 10:59, entertain that. Jason, you want to speak?
And also, Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval with the condition that the rusted deteriorated areas on the shed be repaired, and that the siding also be replaced within 18 months. And the applicant can talk about the repairs request. And staff did also recommend approval with the condition of those metal awnings be added within 18 months.
So that is open at 59. Yes, sir.
Jason Salamone, 310 Blue Ribbon Road, Waxahachie, Texas, and I'm the potential buyer of the building. I guess the only point to speak to is the repairs of the shed. I know last week when we spoke, a gentleman from planning and zoning had mentioned about my understanding was replacing the bottom framing along the bottom of the building, which I said I would agree to do. But then we had talked this week, an email was sent to me talking about potentially replacing the siding. So my only thought on that is that we do plan on painting the siding, painting the roof of that. As far as the building, I'm on the fence whether I want to keep it or not. I just haven't made that determination. So that's why I was trying to compromise and, you know, elevate it to what I could for now to make it visually appealing and acceptable and all that. So I guess I would just need clarification, you know, is it a total replacement of the sides that is being asked? I just wasn't clear about those details. That was my only question.
Okay. Can you answer that? Yeah.
I think this could be handled more with like code enforcement than putting in the PD requirements.
Yeah,
'Cause it falls under like building materials and upkeep.
Use the purse. Yes, I don't see how we would. I'll go ahead. Sorry, Dr. Dennis.
So the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended that the deteriorated areas be repaired and that the siding be replaced, but that was the recommendation that they made.
So
That's just a paint job. They're approving it with these repairs, right?
okay. And
Well, no, actually, I think what we had agreed to, I was gonna go ahead and paint the siding and roof right now, along with the other recommendations. The only thing for the 18 months was the window awnings and the determination whether I would make the rest of the pairs of the deterioration parts towards the bottom or I would have it removed.
what's the deterioration parts?
So it's just the siding is starting to deteriorate from, you know, just.
So you wouldn't want to paint it if it's
Yeah,
falling
basically,
apart, right?
yeah.
I mean,
But I feel like that's more of a code enforcement issue than need to put it in the zoning. I mean, 'cause, you know, we handle that. If buildings are falling down or deteriorating, we, you know, send out notice letters stating that, you know, repairs are needed.
okay. Thank
Yeah.
Thank
I was
you.
afraid of
Okay,
those.
thank you.
Is there anybody else? Okay, entertain that motion to close at 11:03.
So moved. Second.
Councilman Franklin, Councilman Drake. Those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Good one, I.
Drake guy.
Lightfoot, aye.
Smith, I.
That passes 4-5-0. Yeah, so. Is it in the ordinance about that? I mean, is that something that's code? I mean, what, do we have to take something out? What?
Yeah, it's in the International Property Maintenance Code. It's just requirement.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be in this motion.
No.
so. Okay. Okay, entertain or ordinance, entertain approval of ordinance number 23-051.
Just,
Oh,
I'm ready.
I'm sorry.
We need to exclude and defer to code on the maintenance of the,
That's what you want to do, yeah.
yeah, I think that's more of a code issue.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so make that approval of ordinance number 23-051, exclude
The maintenance items on the shed.
Right.
Okay,
So moved.
all right, Councilman Franklin,
Second.
Councilman Drake. Those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Good one, I.
Drake guy.
Lightfoot, aye.
Smith, I.
That's 5-0. Item 20, conduct a public hearing and consider approval of ordinance number 23-052, the city of Red Oak, Texas, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and map of the city of Red Oak, Texas, as heretofore amended by granting a change in zoning from Plan Development 67 revised 3 PD 67 R3 to Plan Development 67 R revised 4 PD 67 R4 for the development of a drive-through only restaurant on property described as Lot 1 R2 Block A Hickory Creek Estates, Phase 1, and located on the southwest corner of Willow Road and Hickory Creek Drive, City of Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas, as depicted in Exhibit A, which is attached here to and incorporated herein, providing a site, landscape plan, elevation plans, and plan development regulations, Exhibit B through D, respectively, which are attached here to and incorporated herein, providing a repealing clause, providing a severability clause, providing a savings clause, providing a penalty of fine not to exceed the sum of $2,000 for each offense, providing an effective date, ZC 23-30, requested by Sean Berry. Dr. Emma.
Mayor and Council, this is a request to construct an approximately 510 square foot drive-through only restaurant that'll serve drinks on the site. This site is actually directly adjacent to the site that got approved for the Take 5 last year on the corner of Hickory Creek and Ovilla. Access to the site, there's going to be 2 access points from Hickory Creek Drive and 1 through a common access easement on the west side of the site via Take 5. So patronizers can come through to the site through the common access easement, and they'll be able to enter the drive-through lane. There's also enough parking for the site, and there's also an accessory, a refrigerated storage area. So the exterior of the building will be made of stone and brick, shown on the plans. And there will be an 8-foot masonry screening wall to screen the site from the residential site south of it, with directional signage for patronizers that come through the site on Hickory Creek Drive.
So there's not a walk-up window?
No, at least not on the plans. Sorry.
Okay.
Just purely a drive-through.
You would think that, I guess you don't get out of the car when you're having a car moved or whatever. All right, public hearing, open the public hearing at 11:08. Anyone here to speak on this?
Good evening. My name is David Vega with Citadel Development, 4903 Woodrow Avenue, Austin, Texas, and I'm here representing the builders and Seven Brew. Answer any questions you guys might have. Excuse me.
And there's no walk-up?
Technically, no, but people find their way walking around no matter what happens at every site, yeah. But it is drive-through only. And the concept is that you should only be in there for about 3 minutes in the line, no matter what happens. Servers come out like a Chick-fil-A. They meet you at your car, so by the time you get up there, your drink's ready and you're gone. So there's really no reason to, but they do find their way up there.
Should drive through before you go get your lunch.
Put your order in, then you're out loud.
So if it's gonna be like Chick-fil-A.
As far as the service, yeah.
Service. Yeah. Will we be seeing an awning for people to be standing out a little bit further out?
There's awnings on one side of this particular site as it has a adjacent drive-through for the Take 5 side. Normally, we would have one on that, what we call the milk side, and there's a shot side, the service side. But on this one only has the one side for the drive up, so it shouldn't have anything on the other side. Because there is
Further back in the.
further back, no.
Where the employee's gonna be taking orders.
Correct. So the employees kind of walk in between that awning area. Sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, the employees walk from that area there where the stop signs are.
Right.
There's two stands. There's one by the door and there's one in the middle of the aisle lanes.
Right.
They stand there almost full time,
Right.
and then they'll walk back and forth coming in. Correct. They'll kind of go wherever as needed, and it's a really, they play music and it's kind of a.
I just, what I'm trying to protect.
Don't wanna come
prevent
back
is
later and have-
say now we need to put awning because we're so dead busy, we have to have them get the order 20 feet back or 30 feet back like Chick-fil-A.
Oh,
Where we had to amend it and add the covering. Anyway, okay, that's just trying to think ahead.
Understand it.
All right, anyone else?
Yeah, quick question. Could you please, could we move Councilman Lightfoot over a little bit on the screen so I can see this drop quote?
Sorry, I'm in your way.
I think you were asleep earlier.
Make it smaller.
Okay, can you kind of walk me through the traffic flow here?
Yeah.
So the traffic flow, if you look, I guess this would be at the bottom.
Mouse or?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So the drive-through entrance lanes begin here at lane 1 and lane 2. This is where your stack would be of the drive up. The areas that encompass this outside portion would be sort of common drive-through access areas into the easement with take 5 across here. And again, on this back side is where the exit for, maybe not an exit, but it's a two-way travel here for the take 5 as well. So you have sort of a drive around access for both sites, 2 entrance and exits on the west side of our site. But all this is particular to just drive through lane only. Lane 1 and 2 would be the stack here that encompasses, I believe, about 14 vehicles.
So you could come in off Hickory Creek Drive on either one of those driveways and then circle around to get to the drive-through.
But you don't have to, because you can go in lane 2 right there.
Correct. You'd have an option either way. From this angle here, you can come into lane 1 or lane 2. Or you can come, all the way back around.
So looking, let's say your lane 2 can possibly cause congestion between someone's trying to come onto the property, someone's trying to exit the property, and people are waiting in line to access this lane 1 and 2 to buy your product.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The congestion, how do you see that mapping out with someone trying to come into the property?
The stack, the stack here at lane 1 and lane 2 would sort of converge here in this lane back on this side, or it would actually push back into this side here where they would make the U-turn sort of into lane 2, or this turn here into lane 1. Either way is accessible.
Where's the building?
The building is here, so number 26.
Yeah.
Right there.
How many cars
How
are
you getting
stacked
the
in?
car?
What's the stacking line?
This stack, I believe holds 14.
I'm sorry, how many?
14.
14 each lane?
Yeah, 7, no, 7.
7 and 7. Yeah, correct. 14 total.
Okay.
They bring the coffee out, looks like you've got 2 lanes and only one.
Yeah, you have to drink it before you leave the property.
You can't leave the property with the coffee in your car. There's a trash can at the end. You gotta make, no. They give you certain sites, certain sites, 7 Brews, we have a pass-through lane. But this has so many outside lanes that accessible. Again, the speed of this is 3 minutes or less. You're in and out. There should be no congestion.
Yeah, I do have concern with, I guess I would be close to public hearing.
I thought it was a brewery initially. Oh, apart.
I think we're all a little bit hopeful.
Entertain the motion to close at 11:13.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Goodwin,
Yep.
Councilman Franklin,
Brother Franklin. That's right.
those in favor.
Franklin, aye.
Favors his brother. Aye.
Drake, aye.
Smith, aye.
That closes at 11:13. All right, so Councilman, you just concerned about the congestion at the southernmost Hickory Creek entrance?
Yeah, so perhaps staff can speak on this, but we have a traffic coming in, traffic flow on here, traffic flow coming off of here. This area, at any point, could be congested and back up traffic here. So that's my question for staff. I know you said 3 minutes, and that may be it, but again,
That's that 14 car stack is max capacity for any 7 brew. That's kind of their highest ratio. I mean, they're all hoping for 14 stacked up, ready to go. It just very rarely happens, but that's the max capacity that we've seen in any sort of consistent way. You'd really never see that more than, I think, 3 in each lane. We've never had any sort of reports of inconsistent flows that way. That's just really max capacity. And then after that, you're talking about full max capacity. And then additionally, yeah, you might start to have an ability to, I guess, sort of hold cars back here in this back area, or even in this front area. I don't know that we would ever converge down in this area because of these 2 lanes being full.
But you have a shared access, right? So you
Here,
share this
yes.
access with this lot and your lot. That's what
And-
that's here. So traffic flow can very well may be for the 5-minute oil change, right?
Correct. So, correct. I don't know what their car stack lane is, but I've never been to a Take 5 and had an issue there as well. Kind of the
Take
same
5 also
concept.
has their own end.
Somewhere else that I'm not,
Yeah,
over here.
The top right.
But staff, we have evaluated that, or we will evaluate that for review.
Yes, we'll touch on it.
No, that's
We
exit
would
on.
want it to be that way, but it's not. Everybody's always hanging out there, jammed up, hanging out, yeah.
We good? I'm good. Thank you.
But this is just for zoning. This isn't if we wanted.
No,
No,
this is
this is
the development plan.
Yeah, this is
The
a
whole
site
thing?
plan.
Like I said,
Yeah,
I'm-
this is
I'm with the
approval.
mayor on the overhead. Your kid out there working. They kind of want the shade. But that's me.
Yeah, I don't think they're working. So I have been to the one in Waxahachie, and I understand the concept, so I guess they would just have to come back to us if they want that.
With a,
There's not a specific point in there that you would put a canopy because they're all the way through.
Yeah, exactly.
They're walking up and down, but
Right,
not like Chick-fil-A where they're just standing there at a menu.
right.
Well, no, but they can take the order here and send it in, just like Chick-fil-A, like at section 22 or 21. And they send it in, and by the time they pull up,
It's ready.
it's ready.
so that's something that can be considered like a minor change, so they can,
They don't, wouldn't have
staff,
to come back to us.
right. So if they do feel like they need that at some point in time, or if you all want to put that in there at this point, that's something that.
Giving you the leeway to.
I think-
approve
Yeah,
it.
I
that be-
think you would have to allow that, but not require it. Otherwise it would have to come back.
Yeah, no, that's what
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
'Cause it's not an.
I want
additional
you to be
structure.
busy, and I want you to be gangbusters, and
On a Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A has to have that.
so.
So,
So you can, I guess you can add it in.
As an allowing that
yeah, I think
with.
Bob, are
staff.
you still on?
Yes,
So can we make that an allowance, but not a requirement that way? I mean, I don't know that we necessarily need to get into the operations of their business. But that would allow them, if they see the need, they could come back without having to go all the way through council. Because they.
yeah, they would have to, you'd have to allow staff to administratively approve the walk-up
Or a canopy.
or a canopy. Yeah, that's what I meant by walk-up. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Is anybody else interested in it? No. If not, then I'll entertain a motion to approve ordinance number 23-052.
So move.
Councilman Goodwin,
Second.
Councilman Franklin.
Mayor, before you vote on that, that motion would include the administrative approval of a site plan amendment for a canopy, correct?
I don't think everybody was too keen on that.
Okay, okay,
So we're not gonna modify that. correct?
okay, thank you.
Okay,
I would love to see it, but.
okay, all right. Those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Goodwin, aye.
Drake, I.
Lightfoot, aye.
Smith, aye.
That passes 5-0, so you'll have to come back if you want that. Thank y'all. Item 21, conduct a public hearing and consider approval of ordinance number 23-053, the city of Red Oak, Texas, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and map of the city of Red Oak, Texas as heretofore amended by granting a change in zoning from commercial one, C1 to plan development 163, PD 163 to allow for reduced landscaping and parking requirements on the site described as Lot 2B, Block A, of the Red Oak Business District Number 1, and addressed as 305 State Highway 342, City of Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas, requested by John Bush. This is ZC 2332.
The applicant has postponed the request to the next P and Z meeting.
Oh,
city
I'm
council
sorry.
meeting.
So, okay,
So
never
they've
mind.
withdrawn that one. They've withdrawn that one for now.
Is it withdrawn or does it need to go?
Postponed
If it's a
to the next-
postponement,
yeah,
you've got to
to the
continue
December
it to
meeting.
the next council meeting.
We don't open the
Do we
public
need to
hearing or
open it
anything?
and continue it?
Yeah, you open the public hearing and continue it to your regular scheduled meeting in December.
Okay. I'll open the public hearing at 11:21 and we'll move on.
Well, you have to have a motion to continue, Mayor.
Okay. Entertain
Make a motion, we continue this to the next council meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Lightfoot. Second. Councilman Smith. And we're continuing. Vote, please.
I was not asleep.
Drake, aye.
Lightfoot, aye.
Smith, aye.
I'm wide awake to give my vote for the continuance.
Okay, thank you. Are we doing 22?
Same thing on 22.
Is that one withdrawn? But we open
Postponed.
it.
Yeah,
Postponed it?
22
Okay,
withdrawn.
so, at 11:21, we will open the public hearing. And I'll entertain a motion to, postpone it until the next scheduled meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Smith, those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Good one, aye.
Drake, aye.
Lightfoot, aye.
Smith, aye.
That's 5-0, and that's a continuation. All right, 23. We're doing this one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Conduct a public hearing and consider approval of ordinance number 23-054, the city council, city of Red Oak, Texas, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and map of the city of Red Oak, Texas, as heretofore amended by granting the change in zoning from plan development 24 revised 5 PD 24 R5 to plan development 24 revised 6 PD 24 R6 to provide for reduced parking to a minimum of 49 parking spaces on a site due to the widening right of way on the property described as Lot 1, Block 1, located at 100 Plaza Drive, City of Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas, as depicted in Exhibit A, which is attached here to and incorporated herein, providing landscape plan and plan development regulations, Exhibit B and C respectively, which are attached here to and incorporated herein, providing a repealing clause, providing a severability clause, providing a savings clause, providing a penalty of fine not to exceed the sum of $2,000 for each offense, and providing for an effective date. This is ZC 23-29 requested by Red Oak Square LTD. Dr. Ensley.
Mayor and Council, this is a request due to Texas Department of Transportation's right-of-way taking on the north section of this site. And this site is 100 Plaza on Plaza Drive. Go to it. This site right here. Here's Ovilla Road and here's Plaza Drive. So it's for this property here. So this is a request because our zoning ordinance requires that if a property is in a planned development, if there's any sort of significant vehicular change or change in traffic, that it has to come back before the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council for approval. So there were parking spaces along the frontage of this site, but that has been removed due to the Texas Department of transportation's taking along the frontage of the site. So they're proposing this area, they're proposing for this area to be landscaping. They're proposing a monument sign that'll just be in accordance with the city's base zoning regulations for the sign requirements. They're proposing to plant trees and shrubs along this area and everywhere that you see proposed trees. And even though the site has lost 15 parking spaces, it still meets the PD's minimum parking requirements, because when it was originally approved, it was for parking for one parking space per 300 square feet of floor area. So that would be 31 parking spaces, and the site has 49 parking spaces. But just in an effort to avoid any sort of parking issues, although they have testified that they haven't had any issues, even when the entire building was totally leased out, restaurant use will be limited to 30% of the building's entire floor area.
Yeah, recommends
Approval, and then Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval with the change that instead of, as how it's shown on the plan, that it's going to be a proposed 50 square foot monument sign, it's just going to be in accordance with the city's sign ordinance, so that we can come back and reevaluate that during the permits review.
And, you know, this has had restaurants in it almost the entirety of its existence, along with retail, and it hasn't been a problem.
I think I've been there before.
Yeah, time or two.
Or the mobility shop.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Or the mobility shop.
All right, time is 11:26, and we'll open this public hearing.
He gets a good
Judge,
one there
here to
without it.
Speak on this.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tomorrow during court, if I'm sleeping, you guys just ding me and wake me up, okay? No, this is, first of all, I want to thank staff, Ben Hartman, Emma, and Jacob for leading us through this process. It's been about a 6-month period of time, and working with our engineers and our architects. Obviously, this is caused due to TxDOT's taking, and I want to reiterate that we speak in favor of this item, and we live at 441 Country Ridge Lane here in Red Oak. And obviously the restaurant provides much needed sales tax to the city, and they have for about 20 years now. The medical apparel and equipment down the road, many of us will probably need some of their assistance. So we appreciate you guys helping us out on this, what would we call this, a PD amendment. Thank you.
The mobility shop.
All right, anyone else?
Why,
Okay.
if it still has the requirements, why do we have, if it still meets all,
It still meets requirements, but the development plan actually showed the parking spots originally.
Yes,
we're just
and
changing that?
Right.
yeah, and when there's a significant change in the vehicular circulation, or like a major change in the reduction of the parking as approved per PD, then our zoning ordinance requires.
Why, if it still meets requirements, I don't know why we.
And that was 15 spots that they lost on
Yes,
that?
yes.
Wow, it didn't seem like they packed them in sardines there. Okay, entertain the motion at 11:28 to close.
So moved.
Second. Franklin, Drake, those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Good with I.
Drake, aye.
Lightfoot,
Smith,
That passes 5-0. Any other information that you need, council?
No question.
Entertain a motion to approve ordinance 23-054.
So moved.
Second.
Franklin, Drake, those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Good with I.
Drake, aye.
Lightfoot,
Smith,
That's 5-0. Item 24, conduct a public hearing and consider approval of ordinance number 23-055 of the City Council of the City of Red Oak, Texas, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and map of the City of Red Oak for amended by granting a change in zoning from Plan Development 41 revised 3 PD 41 R3 to Plan Development 41 revised 4 PD 41 R4, a redevelopment to allow by expansion of a building with minor alteration to the exterior of the building on the property described as Lot 1, Block A, of the Walmart Red Oak addition located at Ryan Drive, City of Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas, as provided by Exhibit A, attached here to and incorporated herein, providing development plan and elevations as exhibits B and C respectively, which are attached here to and incorporated herein, providing a repealing clause, providing a severability clause, providing a savings clause, providing a penalty of fine not to exceed the sum of $2,000 for each offense, and providing an effective date ZC 23-28 requested by Jose Gonzalez, Kimberly Horn, Dr. Emma.
So similar to the last one, this isn't a PD, so anytime there's an expansion or change in vehicle traffic circulation, they have to come before the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council for review. And this is for the Supercenter Walmart off of Ovilla, and they're requesting to add approximately 4,944 square feet on the west side of Walmart for an extended grocery pickup service work area. This is going to be for staff only. And they're also going to be restriping the existing parking spaces west of the additional area. And as part of their PD submittal, they're just including the change in color elevations on the exterior of the Walmart and minor additions to the signage on the exterior of the Walmart.
Do they have parking, covered parking right there now for the?
No.
Curbside?
No, it's not.
No. So did we not? We did not, approve something like that before?
This is their current.
Pickup.
We approved the actual pickup of the bill and using those parking spots for it. But this is to expand the building so that they actually have.
So is that part of the building go away?
They're gonna add on to this area here.
Okay, so it's in front of that?
Yes.
Okay. So that orange color that stays there? Can we have them cut it, paint it maroon?
Well,
I think it looks pretty good. You can leave it.
Huh?
The new building actually goes in front of that orange.
Should be connected to that going
Yeah,
to the pharmacy.
What color are they doing?
Go back to the.
Yeah,
there.
Instead of blue, can we have them do maroon?
I think the applicant,
You're not getting Yeah. Also red over color.
Red.
We
Okay.
have zero for that.
All right, this is a public hearing, so open the public hearing at 11:32. Is there anyone here to speak on this?
Good evening. My name is Jose Gonzalez, civil engineer with Kimley Horn. I live at 3122 Noble Lane, Garland, Texas, and here to answer any questions if you have any.
We add a zero to that, make it bigger, the whole store. Midlothians or something. So do we.
Okay, time's 11:33. Entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved.
Councilman,
Second.
Franklin, Councilman Smith, those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Goodwin, aye. Drake, aye.
But I,
Smith, aye.
That's 5-0. Council, do you need any questions answered with this?
No questions.
nope, they're very busy, so I can see why they would want the extra space.
Absolutely.
Entertain a motion to approve ordinance 23-055.
So moved. Second.
Goodwin, Drake. Those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Goodwin, aye. Drake, aye.
But I,
Smith, aye.
Passes 5-0. 25, continue the public hearing and consider approval of ordinance 23-045 City of Red Oak, Texas, providing for the voluntary annexation of territory generally described as being 231.883 acres, more or less, out of the S Billing Survey Abstract number 77, J H Lawrence Survey, Abstract number 633, W F Patton Survey, Abstract number 840, A Frederick Survey, abstract number 375, JP Nelson survey, abstract number 1372, JH McKnight survey, abstract number 3733, and the John Lawrence surveys, abstract numbers 653 and 344, the city of Red Oak, ETJ, Ellis County, Texas, as described in Exhibit A, which is attached here to and incorporated herein for all purposes to the city of Red Oak, Texas, and extending the boundaries of the city limits, boundary limits of the city so as to include said property within the city limits, and granting all inhabitants and owners of the said property all the rights, privileges of other citizens, and binding all inhabitants by all the ordinances, acts, resolutions, regulations of said city, providing a service plan which is attached hereto and incorporated herein by reference, providing the severability clause and providing an effective date. Ms. Dr. Emma.
So this is just the annexation piece to this. There's actually two pieces to that. This is the old golf course. So the next item is the actual zoning to go along with that. So we may want to discuss both of them. I'm assuming, obviously they made the petition, but I'm assuming they want to actually get the zoning to go along with the annexation.
You can conduct both public hearings together, Mayor, if you choose, and vote on both ordinances at the same time if council chooses as well.
So do I need to read it first?
Yeah, I'll read it for you. Conduct a public hearing and consider approval of ordinance 23056 to the city of Red Oak, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and map of the city of Red Oak is heretofore amended by granting a change in zoning from agricultural zoning AG to plan development 141 for the development of a mixed-use project, which would include retail, residential, commercial, recreational uses on the site identified with the property identification numbers of 294629 and 294632 in the S. Billingsley Survey, abstract number 77, the J.H. Lawrence Survey, abstract number 633, W.F. Patton Survey, abstract number 840, A. Frederick Survey, abstract 375, J.P. Nelson Survey, abstract 1372, the J.W. McKnight Survey, abstract number 733, the John Lawrence Surveys, abstract 653 and 344, and located east of Interstate Highway 35, northeast of State Highway 342, south of the properties identified as property identification numbers 18009520746 City of Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas. Said property being more particularly described in Exhibit A, which is attached here to and incorporated herein, to provide concept plan, survey, plan development regulations, renderings, porches and stoops, which are attached here to and incorporated here as Exhibits B through F respectively, providing a repealing clause, providing a severability clause, providing a savings clause, providing a penalty of a fine not to exceed sum of $2,000 for each offense, and providing an effective date, ZC 22-19, requested by motion Tara B.
Mayor and Council, this is a request for a master plan, plan development submittal. For any sort of detailed site plan, landscape plan, or elevation plan, they will have to come back. The future land use plan does identify this area to be a mixed use, residential, commercial area that is walkable and incorporates social integration into the development. The uses will include a recreational, outdoor areas, hotels, retail, commercial, civic parks, office, townhomes, multifamily, senior living, and a vertical mixed-use development. And as you can see here, this is a legend to kind of show you which uses will go at which locations. The area to the north will be developed by the applicant as and improved as a pond with improvements, and access will eventually be to the north of the site. Every, huh?
Does that touch?
Yeah, so that will tie it back into the Cherry Creek.
Really
So-
looking forward to seeing what they do with this.
So the property is divided primarily into two tracts of land, tract that is east of a railroad, which has the senior living and the multifamily, and the western portion, which has most of the development on site. There's going to be access off of I-35 Service Road. There's multiple points of access. And the site is walkable, considering that all of the residential areas are approximately, when we did a calculation, should be about 5 to 10 minute walking distance from each commercial area to residential area. The streets will be tree lined. We'll get to that exhibit. And we'll have benches and lighting in the right of way. Before I get to that, this exhibit shows the public roads, which has this thick, darker red color, and the private roads, which will be maintained by either a property owners association or a homeowners association. And these are just exhibits and cross sections of the proposed streets, and then it shows the location where this exact street is going to be. So as you can see, the street is going to have the sidewalk is going to have trees on both sides. It's going to make it more walkable and make it feel safer for citizens or anyone or people who are patronizing the business to walk down the area. As you can see, there's trash cans every 400 feet. There's lighting 60 feet on center. And there are also general PD regulations just for any proposed development plan that'll come in. When they do come in, they're gonna have to submit for each tract of land, and it's going to have to be, when it is phased, it'll have to be approved, come back before the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council. So when they are ready to come in and develop each tract of land, that'll still have to come back each time that it's developed. So these are just general PD regulations to guide that development as it does come in. These are the trees, benches, trash receptacles.
Is that what makes
but-
it walkable? Or is it the 5 minute?
Yeah, it's what makes it walkable is the distances between the residential and the commercial.
And that includes the senior living on the east side?
So for the senior living, it's only residential. So it's only within the areas. So this is for the side of the development.
So is that, but they, so are they excluded? I mean,
The senior living is bisected by the railroad track.
Yeah, but you want
How do we-
seniors by the railroad track?
how do they, can they get over to the other side, or they have to drive around to it?
Yeah, they'd have to drive around.
That old golf course bridge is still there. You know, when you-
Golf cart to go across.
Yeah, golf
You
cart.
can't put a road.
Yeah, so does that open up that we need to also talk about a golf course, a golf cart ordinance, or do we have one, or whatever, that they could scoot across there?
Across the railroad?
Yeah.
So there's a path across the railroad already, because the golf course, part of the course, you drive the golf course to the other side of the railroad. Now, you can't go in and build a new road for vehicular traffic to go through. But for the golf carts,
There's a
still be
bridge
able
they
to
went under.
maintain that.
I guess I'm just asking, does that open up something we need to think about? If we're having seniors that are trying to go to, are we gonna allow that into the shopping area, which I'm fine with, but.
Is it considered private or
I'm sorry.
public? Is it considered private streets or public?
Well,
It's a
part of
mixture.
them, it's a mixture.
It's a mix.
I'm just talking out loud.
It's a good question.
Can you go back to the public road piece? When it shows up on
It's just the houses right next to the, is there a road where those trains would blow in their horns or anything? There's nothing like that right there. That's a bridge that goes across, right? It goes across the freeway.
No roads across that.
So they won't, the trains won't be blowing their horns through that area. We're gonna have all these houses and apartments and senior citizens.
So-
They snore through it.
So that's actually something that has been brought up, is that when we do review the development plan, we've talked about the building materials that are directly adjacent to the railroad being built with materials that would help to attenuate the noise, because that has come up with the railroad crossing in that area. But that would be specifically addressed on the detailed site plan, but that isn't this PD regulations for the conceptual plan.
Yeah, what you could do, council, is you could require that there be noise attenuation on the residential units as part of the site plan review.
That's what we're doing now is a site plan and zoning.
This is the conceptual site plan.
It's just the zoning. You have to detail, a time and detailed site plan, noise attenuation standard.
Anything else?
These are some of the exhibits.
It's gonna be called.
And these are just sample elevations.
Is that just one big box store that we
This
saw?
is multifamily.
No, the,
On the site plan.
just one
Yes.
big box.
Potential for two. There's one huge one and there's a smaller, space for other big parts.
Okay. Thank you. Entertain the motion to approve, I'm sorry, open the public hearing at 11:47. Yes, for both items, 25, 26.
So moved.
Second.
So hang on, I'm gonna open it and then let's see if somebody wants to talk. There we go.
Yes.
So, yes, sir.
Good evening, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, Rob Baldwin, 3904 Elm Street, Suite B. Here representing the property owner on this. Thank you very much for the time and staying with us tonight, and it's a long one. So what we're asking for is two things, annexation of the property and then adopting this plan development district, which will act as the framework for future development in the property. So this will set forth all the development standards that are required, not only uses, but bulk standards like height, setbacks, and also landscaping requirements, parking requirements, and the architectural building facade materials. Staff has been a pleasure to work with, and they've really helped us make this a much better application than what it was when we first submitted it. And we think it's going to be a great project, a mixed-use project right at the southern entrance to the city. One thing I'd like to point out is our landscaping is much enhanced over city code right now. Where on our sidewalks, we have, instead of one tree every 40 feet, we have trees every 30 feet, but we have 2 rows of trees. So we have twice as many trees as required in the normal code. And as Emma said, this is a very walkable mixed-use development. We think it is going to be a great project. I have the owner here. I have the landscape architect here. If you have any detailed questions on that, we hope you can support this. We think it's a good project, and we hope you do too. I'm here to answer any questions you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Fabulous project.
Yes.
It's good to stand up.
Yeah.
What kind of time frame? You looking 5 years, 6 years, 10 years?
Mo, do you want, you have to give your address.
Yeah.
Name and address.
Motion to RTB 933 Slate Lane, Salina, Texas. I think the plan that we have for this is submitted already in the city. We're gonna start vertical, hopefully, if everything goes well by first quarter of 24, and we will be finished by basically beginning of 2030. All of it.
6 years, all of it?
No,
All phases?
actually, yes, 5 years.
If you remind, a lot of the hydrology work's already been done. We had to do that to be able to define the projects.
No, that's- I think that
A lot of the base engineering work's already been done.
that's amazing.
Right.
And then one other thing about the senior living, already under the railroad, there is a path for that.
That's where the
So
golf
they
carts
can,
used to
golf
go.
can go over there. So anyway, senior people like me, myself, I don't think I can walk all the way
Sure.
there.
Yeah.
But I can use the golf.
Yeah, but I'm bringing it up because I would be for that. So I
Yeah.
think we need, if we don't already have it, we need to
We
start
already-
thinking
yes.
about that to make it complementary to what you've got.
Yeah, it's
So-
already there over there for me,
Yeah.
because it's gonna be a golf course, that section
Sure.
anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't want to exclude it is my point. I'm
You have any-
trying to-
Do you have any companies already talking to you about coming in? Cause you're looking at, you have any businesses already looking?
We're looking actually for the grocery for HEB. I'm not sure, but I don't.
Sam, something like that?
Okay.
That's good.
All right, the time is 11:51, and I'll entertain a motion to close that public hearing for those two items.
So move.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. We can't do it.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. I apologize. Wait.
Todd Little, Red Oak Road, I'm sorry, Red Oak, Texas. And we are on the adjacent side of the 35 overpass, 77. Me and my partners, the Oak Hill Crossing. I think this fits very in line with what we are proposing, that would fit very well in the synergy that goes across that bridge. We're directly south of the Oaks Church on that 105 acre tract, and we should be coming within the year with the development plan as well. So
That's outstanding.
I speak in favor of this project as well. Thank you.
All right, so it's 11:52.
Mayor,
I'm sorry.
just for clarification, I don't want anybody getting a rumor started that HEB or
No,
Sam's
no,
are coming. I know you know, but I want to make sure that the public
Yeah,
knows.
mention that.
HEB and Sam's are not committed to coming here. Those are the types of users that we're targeting to try to bring in the development. I just don't want people to go.
HEB's coming.
Right, exactly.
All right, let's make that 53. Entertain that motion to close this public hearing for these two items.
So move.
Second.
Franklin. And those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Good one, I.
Drake, I.
Lightfoot, aye.
Smith, aye.
That closes 5-0. Entertain a motion to approve ordinance number 23-045.
So move.
Can I do them in one motion? Or do I have to do them separate?
You can do them in one motion, Mayor.
And ordinance number 23-056. Now, who approved that? Good one? Okay.
No questions.
I'm sorry.
No
Any-
questions.
Any questions?
No questions.
All right,
Drake second.
Drake second. Those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Good one, I.
Drake, I.
Lightfoot, aye.
Smith, aye.
That passes 5-0. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank y'all. Thanks for hanging in there with us. Item 27, consider adoption of resolution 23-117R, the city council, city of Red Oak, Texas, approving the terms and conditions of the development agreement by and between the city of Red Oak and the Stampede division, subdivision for development of single-family residential units, which is attached hereto and incorporated herein is Exhibit A, authorizing city manager to execute the contract in a form approved by the city attorney and providing an effective date.
Bob may want to.
Yeah, Mayor and council, this is basically an annexation agreement that would allow us to annex and have for development property which is in the old Pecan Hill ETJ, which is now in our ETJ. And this agreement's authorized under state law by section 212.172 of the local government code. It basically provides that the property will be brought into the city through an annexation process. The city will also acquire a 10-foot area around the perimeter of the property to ensure that there's adequate right-of-way for looping of the water line for fire purposes. In the event that the property is not needed, it will revert back to the property owner, and it lays the groundwork for actually agenda items 28, 29, 30, and 31. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, council, this is one that we've been briefed on, that, does anybody need questions answered about it?
No question.
That's not here.
No question.
Okay. Entertain the motion to adopt resolution 23-117R.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Franklin, Councilman Drake, those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Goodwin, aye.
Drake, aye.
Lightfoot, aye.
Meth, aye.
That's 5-0. 28. Conduct.
Yeah, Mayor. Yeah, Mayor and council, if you want to consider 28, 29, and 30 together, you may do so. 28 is actually approving an ordinance annexing property that we just discussed. 29 is the public hearing and consider approval of an ordinance which would amend the comprehensive use plan to include that property in our comp plan. And then finally, 30 is the actual zoning on the property to provide for mixed residential uses with all the development regulations and exhibits, which we normally see in a planned development. Lastly, 31 is preliminary plat, but we can do that separately at the end of 28, 29, and 30.
Bob, they need to be read out, or just the way you did it?
I think we're fine. It's consider a public hearing on ordinance 2357, 2358, and 2359 as posted.
So that is, we'll open the public hearing at 7:57.
You want an explanation?
Well, yeah, I'm opening the public hearing. Oh, okay, you want to talk first? Okay, I'm sorry.
So the first request is for voluntary petition for voluntary annexation, and the second one is to actually put planning area 9. That's the future land use plan over this area, because it is originally in our not within our city limits. There is no comprehensive plan that was on this area. So the applicant has requested that it be the vision for this area be PA 9, which allows for single family residential districts. The second aspect is for the actual zoning change, which will be a PD for approximately 266 homes and 7 homeowners association lots as shown on the plan. There will be a proposed 30-foot landscape buffer along Bell's Chapel and Pritchett Road. The property owner will dedicate, or the developer will dedicate this portion of land here so that Lakefront Drive can be aligned so that it doesn't jot over. People don't have to jot over Pritchett, and it's more smoothly aligned here. So access to the site will be from Bell's Chapel on the south and via Pritchett Road on the northeast corner. There will be 6 feet masonry screening on the west, north, and east sides of the site. Sorry, not masonry, a wood fence screening on those sides of the site, and there's a proposed 8-foot wood fence on the south side of the site. And this south side was the original, part of the original tract of the land. They've submitted a development plan that shows 2 wet ponds, a multi-purpose play field with sidewalks, a mail kiosk, and there should be benches on the next exhibit. On this side with Pritchett and green pastures on that north west corner, they're going to propose a monument sign with seasonal ground cover on that entrance here. And this is kind of this is the multi-purpose playfield blown up, shows the park bench with the trash cans and the landscaping, the mail kiosks. And these are sample elevations of the proposed home. So the lots will be a minimum of half of an acre. The minimum dwelling area will be 2,400 square feet in size. 50% of the garages will either be side entry or J-swing, and 50% of the lot frontages will be front entry. Of the garage entry. What's the square footage again? 2,400.
Minimum?
Yes.
How wide the lot?
Forget what the minimum size was.
100? 100?
Like 100.
100? 100?
No, sorry, I didn't see it. That's beautiful.
Anything else?
And the total acreage is about 164 acres. Yeah.
He is.
So, okay. About now, open at 12:02. Those, is there anyone, Mr. Westfall?
Hello again, Michael Westfall, consulting engineer, 1719 Angel Parkway in Allen, Texas. I'm here to answer any questions you have regarding any of these cases.
How many houses in this project? Yes.
233.
233, yes.
Oh, I see, yeah.
So. Is this, we all talked to the IST?
We have not had conversations with the ISD, no.
Okay.
You did? They didn't, they weren't trying to. They didn't have any feedback or anything? Good. All right, anyone else? Okay. 12:03. I'll entertain that motion to close these 3 public hearings.
So move.
Second.
Franklin. Drake, those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Good one,
Drake, aye.
But I.
Smith, aye.
That passes 5-0. Entertain a motion to approve or, I'm sorry, is there any questions?
No question. I was ready.
You were ready.
I got one ready.
Good. Okay, now I'll entertain a motion to approve ordinance number 23-057, 23-058, 23-059.
So moved.
Second.
Goodwin. Drake. Those in favor.
Franklin, I.
Good one, I.
Drake, I.
Lightfoot, aye.
Smith, I.
That passes 5-0.
Need some more schools.
Item 31. Consider approval of a preliminary plat for plan development 166 for the development of a residential subdivision on a portion of property identified as property ID 179963 in Ellis Appraisal District and located east of Pritchett Road, north of Bell's Chapel Road, described as a tract of land situated in the J. Bell Survey Abstract number 62 and the L Outlaw Survey Abstract number 822 and the A Younger Survey Abstract 1197, City of Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas. Dr. Hamlin.
This is the preliminary plat request for the Bells at Stampede subdivision that we just looked at for PD 166.
Okay.
P and Z approve this as well.
Yeah, they recommended approval.
Oh, good. Entertain the motion to approve the preliminary plat for plan development 166.
So moved.
Okay.
Is it like a public hearing on this or no? Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry, no, there's no.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, who did the first?
Yeah.
Oh, Smith. Okay, second was Drake. All right, those in favor.
Franklin, I.
Good one, I.
Drake, I.
Lightfoot, aye.
Smith, I.
That passes 5-0. 32, consider approval of preliminary plat for lots 9R, 10 and 11, Block A, Lot 2, Block C of Project Cardinal for right-of-way dedication and industrial uses on approximately 56.962 acres situated in the major W Spencer Survey, abstract number 1367, Alfred J. Parks Survey, abstract number 850, City of Red Oak, Ellis County, Texas, PS 2319, requested by KFM Engineering and Design.
Mayor and Council, this is a request for a preliminary plat. This did go, the preliminary plat and final plat did go before Planning and Zoning Commission, and they did recommend approval. Lot 9R is for Compass, and there is an existing proposed 250,000 square foot data center building. Lot 9 is going to be increased in size due to the strip of land, which is south of Tater Brown, which is the primary reason for this plat. And it's going to be incorporated into the lot. Lot 2, Block C is going to be for a drainage easement. And Lot 10, Block A is recently zoned for PD 156 for Schneider Electric. And then this remaining lot is has maintained its agricultural zoning district, 11 Block A. So they've submitted the preliminary and final plat, and the preliminary plat has come before you, and Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval.
Okay. Any questions?
No question.
No questions.
Okay, entertain approval of preliminary plot lots are, 9R, 10 and 11, Block A, Lot 2, Block C.
So move.
Second. Councilman Franklin, Councilman Smith, those in favor?
Franklin, I.
Goodwin, aye.
Drake, I.
Good eye.
Smith, aye.
Passes 5-0. Item 33, consider approval of ordinance number 23-060, authorizing the issuance and sale of the city of Red Oak, Texas, combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation series 2023, levying an annual ad valorem tax and providing for security for and payment of said certificates, approving an official statement, providing an effective date, and enacting other provisions relating to the subject.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So yes, this item is to consider all matters related to the sale of the certificates of obligation series 2023. Hilltop previously presented a plan of finance to council. You did give us the authorization to move forward on that. And that was part of the fiscal year 2024 strategic plan and budget workshops. So staff has been moving along with the required steps by state law, along with the help of Hilltop Securities, our financial advisors. So we did receive bids from investors this morning. And so Jim Sabonis is here from Hilltop to update council with the bid and sale information.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'll make this short. It's late. Tonight on the agenda, we have ordinance issue 29,540,000 of certificates of obligation.
How much is that, Jim?
29,540,000. They're actually being sold with a premium. The investor is actually going to pay you $31,407,104. The premium of $1,867,000 is a result of the pricing of the transaction. It'll actually fund $31 million of projects, a fire station, public safety facilities, a municipal senior center, improvements to the utility system, and street and road improvements. A full package of improvements for the year. We received 7 bids. The low bid was by Piper Sandler of 4.28%. It was lower than what we estimated when we did the plan of finance. And I have to say, the 7 bids, the market's been a little choppy lately, and those 7 bids are more than we received over the last couple of weeks. And to tell you how tight they've been, 7 bids were only separated by 7 basis points between all 7 of them. But so it was a very successful sale. But what made it successful is Red Oak is in the strongest financial position it's ever been. I have to compliment Todd, Gory, and the entire senior management team. You know, it's a very impressive discussion with the rating agencies. We had a confirmation of your AA rating. You know, I've worked with this community for a number of years. Your ratings have continued to go up, and this is the most positive report. I couldn't have done any better if I wrote it for you myself. Strong, growing economy, stable finances with a strong budget flexibility, strong management. You know, it was a very strong rating report. You know, in today's uncertain economy and changing market conditions, what holds true today is what my mentor taught me 30 plus years ago. When you have uncertain markets and interest rates are moving, you look to high credit quality. And so we had 7 bids from, you know, all the usual suspects, and we're very pleased from that. So as your financial advisor, again, congratulate the city. It was a successful sale. It was exceeded expectations set at the plan of finance. Credit Todd, Gory, and again, the senior management team for doing a great job working with the potential investors, and we'd recommend approval. With that, if it's approved tonight, State of Texas requires the Attorney General to review and approve all transactions. Executed documents we presented to the Attorney General's municipal department. After their review and approval, we expect closing in December 1st, and we'd work with senior management team to invest the funds wisely. And I believe they'll be able to be invested at an interest rate higher than this, so there won't be any negative interest cost until the funds are spent. Again, thank you allowing Hilltop and myself, Andre and Hori, the rest of the team work with the city. We appreciate And I'm thankful for the opportunity.
Double A, the same as the United States government.
Pretty close, you know, they're on the edge of being downgraded, but it won't affect us. You know, it's interesting because in the report, as a humorous point, they actually make statements in the report how a municipality can have a higher rating than the state or the federal government. And again, the double A is something to be very proud of, but I believe your trajectory is even higher. I expect you to have higher rating in the future. There's no doubt in my life.
Thank you, sir. So any questions?
No question.
No question. Mr. Lightfoot?
No questions. Good news, though.
Yep.
Should let him go first.
Entertain approval of ordinance number 23-060.
So moved.
There is a specific,
Oh.
sorry,
Wait.
I was trying to move the mouse.
Okay.
Down at the bottom.
Yep, okay. So this is a roll call vote. And I move to adopt ordinance number 23-060, authorizing the issuance and sale of the city of Red Oak, Texas combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation series 2023 and approving all other matters related hereto. So
I can so move from there. Do I need to?
please.
So moved.
Second.
All right, that's Franklin. Second was Drake. Those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Drake, aye.
Lightfoot, aye.
That passes 5-0. We have item 34, which is immediate removal of Helen Davis as an alternate member for the library board, accept the resignation of Kevin Lee as the regular member from the board, and to appoint Deborah Titus as a regular member for the remainder 2-year term from October 22 to October 24. Any questions on that?
No
So
question.
moved.
Okay. You move it?
Second.
Who moved it? A good one?
No, I think Tim.
Tim.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tim.
I went for it.
All right, thank you, sorry.
I had to prove to good when I was still awake, so I had to do something.
Those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Drake, aye.
Lightfoot, aye.
That's 5-0. And then Parks Commission, appointment of Donnie Lutrick as an alternate member for the remainder of the 2-year term from 2022 to 2024. You want to speak on him? Nope. I can vouch for him. He's a good guy. Okay. So Councilman.
Second.
Franklin, Councilman Ray, a good one. Those in favor?
Franklin, aye.
Drake, aye.
All right.
Lightfoot, aye.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna do this in a blanket thing, because I value y'all being able to work tomorrow wholeheartedly.
And on time.
Council, is there any question that you have of any director? And if not, then I'm going to dismiss them because they put in a long, hard day. And unless you have something you direly need to get up and speak to us about.
Good idea.
Some look like.
Service.
All right.
I may email some questions later, but nothing dire for the meeting today. Thank you, staff.
Can I do that?
He does.
Yeah. Oh. Huh? Okay. Okay.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I too was gonna thank them, because I know it's a thankless job to sit over there all day,
That's right.
get home at 1 o'clock in the morning, be up at 5, so thank y'all.
Thank you. I should have done that earlier and I'm sorry.
Yeah, it looked like you should have did that 3 hours ago.
Take care, Janet.
Okay, do we have? Yes. Okay, we have to go into executive session. We will be back out here. So the time is 12:19 and we will go into executive session.
Yeah.
That would be down.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. So, hey, it lasts me a whole year, man, but I won't get back up.
Sign off.
I'm gonna recycle mine, cause I know.
Bob, you back on?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Tim, you back?
No, it's in right there.
I'm here.
All right. We have no, action items to, discuss. I'll entertain a motion at, 12:43 to adjourn.
Second.
You heard the names. Smith and Goodwin. Oh, Drake.
Right.
Oh, man, he beat you. Those in favor, let's go home.
Good one, I.
Great guy.
But
Oh, you're for. Smith, aye. Lightfoot, you aye?
I said aye.
All right.
As loud as I could.
Go
Thanks,
to
guys.
sleep.
I want to say no one.
Y'all have a good night.
You know that?